Hello and welcome back to TPK. Today we have the 26th episode of the first campaign, Shadows of Thistledale. Let's go around and introduce ourselves, and let's start with you, Luke.
No, it's been a while. Yes, I'm Luke, playing the resident neighborhood cat, Sophian, who's a monk.
Lovely. Well, next up after you is going to be Oscar.
Hi everyone, my name's Oscar, playing Figglebottom, the gnome ranger that uses a sling.
And Taylor.
I'm Taylor, playing Fiddlebottom, who is a druid that just turns into random animals at random times.
And summons 8 badgers every so often to dominate the battlefield.
Or like 4 octopus squids or squid sharks or something.
Some octopi. Alright. Aiden, you're next.
I'm Aiden, playing Asta, a human cleric of some description. Uses a spear and likes lightning.
Very nice. Alright.
Don't we
Looks
all?
like our cameras are disappearing off the screen a little bit here. Oh, some of us are back. Mara, last but not least.
I'm Maravidis playing Puck, the rogue tool knife. Keep playing.
Love it. And obviously, a special mention to Maravedis as well. He is streaming today's session for me. Hopefully, I'll be able to do it again soon enough. But as you can tell, I'm in a different location. Internet's less stable and can't set my PC up right now. Also, I'm Tom. I'm the game master for today's session. And as usual, we'll be taking a 20-minute break halfway through. All the episodes will be sort of around 4 hours long, including the 20-minute break. Or not including break, rather. It'll be in VOD form on Twitch and then YouTube later on. Also, there will be a prediction in chat to see who will get a natural 20. Oscar, do you remember who this is going to be?
I was going to ask you if you remembered, I'm not sure. Maybe we start from Luke again if we don't know.
Let me look. Oh, it was Puck last time.
Puck,
Yeah, it
I
was
can see
me.
the
So
predictions.
it is back to
Plays me.
Luke.
Yeah.
Because I rolled the 20. Then we target of the
Yes. So, Sufi/Luke are going to be up for the prediction, so make sure to get involved in that. You can get channel points, you can use them for all kinds of things, and eventually I'll include them for more stuff. But when and where that happens, we'll find out. First off, before I do the recap, let's see who gets the GM points of inspiration for today. And remember, I get a point of inspiration no matter what, but it's up to you guys to see who rolls the highest to get a point of inspiration. So let's get that in the chat and going.
I've put a chunk in for yes this time. I'm not usually a yes voter, but first session back in a long time.
Very nice. All right, so Sufi's in the lead at the moment. Oh, all right. I remember last time what happened when Luke had advantage. Last time you got the point of inspiration when you were on the prediction poll as well. But yeah, all right. Add that inspiration to your sheets, and also I will look into this. I'd said people get a point of a hero's resolve or lose one, depending if they had responded to me in the corresponding chat about the message I put in. So, Asta, you get a point of heroic resolve. Sufyan, you get a point of heroic resolve. Technically, Figgle, you don't, but I'll give it to you because we spoke about some other stuff in there, so that counts. And I think, yeah, everyone gets a point of heroic resolve. Nice little gift on top of that, but
Wait, we don't carry these over, right? So
heroic
Well, they
resolve
do.
you carry over, yeah.
okay, so I got to 2.
But if you get to 5 and I go
You
to
can't
give you
get
another one,
Yeah.
then something might happen. So use them or lose them, and whatever else. But yeah, 6. Make sure you've got all those added in. Have I missed anything from the start of this broadcast? It's been a while since I've done anything like this. Guess not. All right, let's get into the recap. It's going to be a rather quick one, I feel, but there is a lot of excitement into it. So, we recently saw the gathering of two groups within Sea Haven come together to fight a gigantic sharktopus with the help and aid of the fantastic FTC, the Feng Trading Company. After spending a day or two preparing to fight, for the fight rather, the group jumped on board and launched out to sea to fight, where they set up the fight. They put a small boat out into sea, set up almost what is it called, the immovable rod next to the boat as well, some extra bait filled with not ketamine, and waited. Unfortunately for them, apparently the sharktopus absolutely loves ketamine. It's a K-head, and it dove up out through the water, trying to grasp onto the boat and the boar's carcass, but it only successfully destroyed the boat for the most part, and was almost in the process of swallowing Sora and Asta, with Sufi nearby. The fight went on, a lot of damage was done, they successfully hooked it down, keeping it in place while they barraged it with hits. Sufi almost going down and out for the count, being, I think it was it 1 HP you were on, Sufi?
I think it was 2, but yeah.
2-1 versus a creature that could do like a max of 40 damage. Who's counting?
I was.
Yeah, with your last point of key or whatever it's called, yeah, key. You managed to get away. Sufi, that is, managed to get away. Fighting to knocking the sharktopus down, super low on HP. It eventually exploded as part of its seemingly way of reproduction. When it's in its last throes of life, it just explodes in an effort to get its babies out there, which were seemingly inside it. As it carried them around, and they were launched in all different directions. Probably about a good 30, 40, 50 of them coming in, but probably, I think it was about 23, 27 of them got burnt, sort of zapped into ashes thanks to Sora's static field that was surrounding the area. But the rest landed on the ship and in around the water. Did a lot of damage, and that fight went on for a long time, killing all but I think 1 or 2 of the deckhands as well, almost killing a couple of the players as well, blinding them, causing a lot of frustration, so much so that there was a lot of chaos magic that ended up surging. We saw it from the likes of Asta first, where trying to hit the best he can to cast spells without being able to see, we saw him enlarge to double his size. And that is an effect that is ongoing. We then saw Sora cast a spell and herself transform, her skin shedding, getting ripped off in pieces and in chunks and clunks as scales grew through, and she was inflicted by the permanent curse of not lycanthropy, but she's a were-lizard, as it were. Absolutely sick scene. Make sure to go check it out if you can. Eventually, the fight resolved, and one of the things I had kind of missed in it, which I'm going to retcon, and then it will come through to benefit you later on. But I thought I'd mention it now. Is that during the explosion, there are all bits and pieces thrown across the ship, including some seemingly glittering pieces, some metallic, some other bits that sort of landed across the ship, potentially maybe going unnoticed initially by the party due to the almost dying. The group finished the fight and made their way back towards Sea Haven, where they pulled into the private port of the FTC, the Feng Trading Company, to the clap, the welcome, the congratulations of Grigrim, who did his slow clap and got faster as he turned and thanked Mei-Lin, Feng Mei-Ling, for her services of bringing together this group who obviously couldn't have finished or completed this feat without the aid of her ship. And thus the payment was promised to her, much to the disgust of the party. we had the deputy commander speak to the group and mention of the Living Mountain. The report saying that it's still a danger and that support is needed. That they really don't know exactly what's going on, and that there would be, one, go investigate it, solve it, and there'll be a payment of at least 1,800 gold for you to finish and support and help the town of Brookside, but mainly also the hamlets and villages that surrounds the foot of the Noggin Rock peaks on the southeastern side of the mountain range. There's a lot of back and forth and arguments with Fang Mei Lin, a lot of disagreements, anger, frustration. She seemed to stay mostly cool as a cucumber up to the point in which where Sora grew dragon wings and essentially demanded that in price of her service of coming on board the FTC, that Mei Lin would stop her bullshittery and give what is rightfully owed to the group in her mind, the full amount and then some, including the payment to Theo of the 1,000 gold he was promised, and then the 6,000 gold on top of that to the group, in which, thanks to a total of 30 on the persuasion roll, there was a success, but still a request or demand, I might say, in regards to the party will still get a free 2 mules and a cart and most of the money, but they need to first deliver and drop off the goods in which she needed and was expecting you guys to do. And in return, she'll then give you the full amount of the 6k. First off, it'd be the 4,000 gold, and then 2,000 once you've reached Brookside, and where she'll be able to deliver the total amount, as long as everything's all on the up and everything's been delivered. Sora decided to stay behind, using the FTC to her advantage of being able to research and figure out some of her own past and fulfilling a need from them of their interest in her own backstory, as it were. She said her goodbyes to the party, who left the private docks and moved off into the town. But we'll jump back in as you step out of the gates. Before I do that, anything you guys think I missed or should go in more detail on?
Let's go for a walk.
The baubles that landed on the ship, how does that work if we've left the gates?
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
A recon time.
I don't know if it's worth mentioning. There is this golden scimitar story where we know they are being probably melted down in Stonehaven, I believe.
Yep, that is a very, very valid thing
Well,
to
I'll end
bring
up
up.
there.
There is the symbolism of the Feng Trading Company, which is 2 scimitars, and each one is actually specialized and specific to each family member, and Mei Lin seems to have a very plain and focused on playing golden scimitars. She has her own sort of more decorative one, and well, not less decorative one, rather, on herself, that she uses as a weapon. But the 2 that were stolen from her office, done so under the guise, unknowingly to her, potentially, of the SSR, the Sea Haven smuggling ring, in which someone might be a part of and someone else might be associated with. And as such, some information was passed on that, Puck had actually gone in and taken these scimitars, not directly given to the party as of yet, if I remember correctly, but he at least has the knowledge and information which he passed on to Sufi, who then, in kind, passed it on to Mei Lin, who is now aware that the scimitars have most likely left Sea Haven. We'll see what happens with that.
I didn't tell her who. I just
No.
told her that.
Thank God.
See, I'm not that evil. No, yeah, I just told her that I knew that they'd left the city.
Yeah. So, we'll get into things here. It is late at night. And as you leave these gates, I'll tell you what. Should actually be changing up the music here.
We're leaving at night, aren't we?
Yeah, late after, like, it's evening time. So, as soon as you leave these gates, as they creak open, like, and you step on out, you're able to see and hear a bunch of people cheer for you. It's almost as if you're in a tavern, as there's just a group of individuals who are like a little bit more silent whilst you're in there talking, trying to listen in through the bars. But as soon as they open, there's just a big cheer from everyone out there. Hundreds of people, from sailors. There's some people you recognize. What's that?
Nothing.
And there is just a joyous feeling from them. Very different vibe to what you've just walked out of, where tensions were held high, the anger, the annoyance, the frustration, the want to just be gone and done with the capitalistic pig that is the FTC. But as soon as you walk out, you're just met with this barrage of people, and they're trying to rush to you and say thank you. What are you doing?
It's not Sophian's thing. I think he's trying to like look as if he's almost not part of it. Try and get through secretly.
Roll a deception check.
Bad at those.
Gotta get those rolls in.
Oh,
All right, so we'll keep that in mind. We'll move on to someone else for now. Let's go with Fiddle. How would you react to this?
I'd probably just be over it and want to carry on with the new task that we're on.
Say that again, sorry?
So I'd probably just be over the whole situation, to be honest. But I wouldn't kick up any fusses.
Okay. A beer, an ale is shoved into your hands, a bottle of it. Asta, how would you react?
Well, I still think he's feeling a bit nauseous, and he's also 12 foot tall. So it's,
Oh, yeah!
he's no. I don't think he wants anyone to get near him, because he's kind of worried he'll knock people over. Yeah.
Understandable. So, like, walking out, stumbling around, people were looking up to you, a bit confused. Like, you'd hear some whispers like, we didn't know we had any half joints here. That's some impressive arm. I wonder how they made it that big. Just bits and pieces of the conversations, talking, referring to the gigantic form of Asta. I say gigantic, 12 foot. Not quite a giant, but
Huge.
still absolutely fucking
pretty
huge. It was 12 foot, right?
I'm actually.
It's double my height, so yeah, it's like 12 foot 2, I think.
Yeah. Can't forget those 2 inches, of course. All right. What about? Let's go with you, Puck.
I think when I see it, I fully back out, go outside by the back door, and join the crowd cheering for the group.
So you're going to try and go back into the complex and try and find a different route out.
I think when people, I mean, it's a tavern, so there are like.
No.
Oh,
You're not a tavern.
Oh,
we're
it's
leaving the cave,
the Lin thing.
It's the street.
It's
Oh,
the
damn.
FTC private docks, so it's a iron, like it's a fully gated complex on the
Oh,
docks,
and we are
they're in private area.
Wait,
You were inside it talking, and now you're exiting, and
like
the whole
going into the city.
and the exit is just completely surrounded by people, like as far as the eye, well, not as far as the eye can see, but a lot of people grouping around and cheering and handing out drinks. And you've seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how, like, people are distracted in the inside of the complex, right?
They're looking your way.
God damn
Like
it.
there's a couple of there's a guard at the moment trying to close the gate behind you guys.
I guess I'm just trying to stay in the shadow of Aster. Trying to make myself the
Visible.
less visible possible, because like my line of work does not really lend itself to
Bode
being
well,
known.
yeah.
So trying, I mean, as much as possible in a full crowd, and yeah,
Okay.
maybe
Roll the stealth roll then to try and see if you can stay out of the line of sight, and you using the largeness of your friend Asta to your advantage. You can do deception or stealth, I'd say, but I imagine you want to do stealth.
yeah, I think I'll do stuff.
Brilliant. Okay, we'll come back to you in a moment. And what about you, Figgle?
Theo's still with us, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Figgle's with you. He's
Figgle
just
goes-
accepting the
He's never
beers.
leaving.
Figgle goes, "Come on, Theo, let's get drunk. We need to celebrate." And we'll grab the nearest tankard or bottle or whatever. Start getting
Yep.
rowdy.
Yeah, there's a group of people there. You can see Theo. Like Theo's just like, well, I'm pretty down to party, to be honest. And there's like a couple of women who like walk on over and they're like giving you attention, and there's just this big arm that just lands on one of these other women and just pulls back. It's like, oi, that's my man. And Leanne stumbles through and picks and hoists Theo up in celebration, and like spins him around
Walks
and
off
then
it.
back down.
Your husband's a hero, Leanne. Oh wait,
Husband?
We're not married.
not
Wait.
yet.
Theo. Wait, I haven't quite got there yet, Leanne. We've only gone on one date so far. I think we're going to have to wait a bit. But who knows what the night holds. And there's drinks handed to him, to Leanne, who's just double fisting whilst holding up Theo, almost like a baby on a hip. It's kind of weird, to be honest. And it's just drinking.
Yeah, Figglebottom will be like telling stories that are like exaggerating, and he'll be talking about like how he fired this ballista and was like captaining the ship and everything.
Nice. I love it. You know
Heroic
what?
lies.
Make a performance check for me with advantage.
Sure. My -1.
It's an easy crowd,
Come on.
but it's a difficult one where you're telling all these stories and they just look at your like what 2.5 foot tall
Just two.
individual, 2 foot, as you're talking about like shooting off a giant ballista, and there's like you can tell there's like in your sort of like tipsy sort of behavior as you're sort of like down these drinks and still like fairly tired. There's like a little bit of an uncertainty about the truth around some of them, but to be honest, the vibe is good. People don't care. They drink and cheer at your stories, but it's like some people who just like wander off and go and start paying attention to your brother, Figgle. And they all scoop back around, sort of as the camera sort of pans around. We look at Sufi.
Can I retcon mine a little bit?
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. So I think initially he would have tried, like, he's still, I think, a little bit frustrated about the way the people in power have treated the group and seen them as tools rather than celebrating their success. So I think initially he's that like, oh, I just want to get out of here and move on. And then there's like a moment where he sort of stops and actually goes, no, I should be proud of what I did. And he starts sort of not fully joining in the celebrations, but like chest puffed up a little bit. And starts going, you know what?
Yeah,
Proud of what I did. In his head, of course.
very nice. That sort of visual of Sufi sort of charging out, head down, and sort of trying to distract and like turn around, maybe like clapping towards the group, and having that visual of the giant Asta, of Theo being chucked up in the air, of wait, hang on, where's Puck? But distracted by
I know where he is.
some of the stories of what Figgle is telling, Fiddle drinking and doing God knows what, is like that kind of a reminder, bringing you down to earth and away from those that be a power trying to tread on this. And it's definitely that sort of full sense of you being dragged into it, which, as you said, you let yourself get dragged into. Puck, you're busy skittering around the legs of Asta, and there are just loads of people around. It's not that you haven't been seen, is that you are just avoiding sort of having a focus sort of like on you at this point. Are you going to try and dart away? Are you just going to sort of try and stay around the group a little bit quiet?
I think what I'll do, like, I'm a local, I'll just go in the crowd and just turn around, and now I'm part of the cheering team. Like, I'm
Okay.
not part of the group, I'm part of the people saying, hey, all hail the heroes, whatever. They saved us from the shark toppers. Whatever.
Brilliant. Okay. So for each of you, what is the vibe here? What are you going to do for the rest of the night? Are you going to party it out? Are you going to get heavily ruminated, like in sort of like drunk and maybe smoke some gnome leaf? What's the vibe here? Who wants to offer up?
How many people are in the tavern? Or
You're not in the tavern
sorry,
yet.
not
You're
yet.
Okay, if we go to a tavern, how many people would be there, you reckon?
It's going to be bursting at the seams, so within the tavern itself can probably house maybe like 100 or so people, but there's going to be people outside it as well, and like in the pub garden, it's going to be crawling with people. It's pretty intense for all intents and purposes.
Probably go to the tavern at some point then.
Okay. So we'll take that as a direction of where we'll lead this, where perhaps, Fiddle, you shout out about going to a tavern.
I have something I want to do, but Sofian wouldn't do it straight away. He would join in first and then go later. So,
Yeah, there's going to be a decent amount of time, and I'll come through
so like
for
an
like
hour in. I want to do something.
Yeah. So let's say, like, do you think you'd like maybe sort of head and sort of like suggest like the dockside draw, or would you? Where would you suggest the party heads?
Yeah, probably the dockside draw. I'd just be like, let's get pissed.
Home leg.
And I don't think we could just really get pissed in the posh place, could we?
Yeah.
Someone else wants to pay for it.
Yeah, I guess let's go dockside draw.
I think I'll join in once I'm in a more controlled environment. Like I'll join merriment when I feel like I'm not like exposed
Okay.
in the middle of places I don't know.
Yeah. So as you guys, and I'll still come back around. Don't mind. As you start to make your way towards the dockside draw, due to the suggestion from Fiddle for you all to get pissed and to celebrate at the dockside draw, and lots of people are sort of like cheering, and an individual like shouts out like, "Well, you're our heroes. You saved our day here, at least in Sea Haven anyway, and for all intents and purposes, you are local heroes to the at least local population of Sea Haven. Whereas, and what that means within the upper echelons, that is a bit more complex. But to the dregs of society, as the rich may say, you've helped them put food on the table. You've killed something that was denying them access to one of their main resources, the sea, the bay, I guess, into the sea. And there's a chant that starts around, and it's like someone's like, what do we even call them? I don't know. Heroes of Sea Haven for now, I guess. And we move on to, let's get a vibe check from the giant as to what are you feeling for the night?
I mean, he can't really go inside.
Get in the door. Or get on all fours.
that easily. Yeah, no. I think
Fit
he'd
in there, it's just gonna be
probably
a squeeze. You'd have to sit on the floor.
he'd probably like ask for a cask and just drink from the cask. And then probably later on, he would go down to the docks alone and just kind of stare out at the storm that was there.
Yeah, brilliant. So we'll hold on to that first part as you guys you are walking over, and there's a conversation that happens where it's like you sort of looking at this tiny like sort of ale that you've been handed and drinking it, and someone's like, "That's not right, sir. We're gonna have to get you a proper drink for you. I'll be right back. I'll meet you at the dockside tavern." And he rushes off, ahead of everyone else as you continue making your way on over to the dockside draught. Figgle, what about you? Are you just going to be carrying on with the group, or is there anything else in particular? along
Sufi
the story?
feels someone grab their leg and Figgle's like, "Wow, you smell so good! Ah, how do you smell so good?
It is a trade secret of the Qatari.
Ah, tell me.
He gets out a little, like, his little perfume bottle and squirts him like here.
What is
Now you
it?
smell good too. Hmm?
How's it made?"
I do not know. I just buy it.
And then
Truthfully, I have no idea how perfume's made.
when yeah, when we get into the tavern, Figgle will try and persuade a bard to start playing or sing or something. He'll be like, "Sing, sing, sing!"
Okay. And then, Puck, what are you doing as everyone skirts towards the dockside draught and going inside?
I think, contrary to Sophian, I also have things to do, but I need to do them as fast as possible and then join festivities. I need to give back the breakbar rod, the unused alchemist's fire to smuggling ring. Also, I've stolen from one of the corpse. I've stolen a token of the Feng crew, like a thing like that could be helpful in impersonating and infiltrating the FTC, and I want to pass that on to the crew. So yeah, I'm gonna look for one of my contacts and try to give at least the Feng crew shit, and for the more valuable resource, the breakbar road and the rod and the alchemist's fire, I'm gonna try to find someone I know, which is like trustful, because I don't want the thing to be stolen and I get blamed.
Mm-hmm. So, one of those contacts could easily be at the dockside draught.
That was my...
So we'll say we'll come back to that in a moment. But that is your current objective, and that's what we'll actually do next after this next bit. Fiddle. So you've managed to bring everyone to the dockside draughts. You are drinking, you're partying. Figgle is heading off to Samuel and is demanding for a bard to start singing and playing. We've got Asta, who's sort of like moving around, hunched over, a casket being rolled out and being prepared for him to be able to drink from. And we've got the likes of Sufi, who... I mean, what is the vibe, actually? We'll start with you first here, Sufi. What is the vibe with you here?
I think he's now, reveling's maybe the wrong word, but like enjoying the attention, letting people buy him drinks, but maybe not necessarily drinking all of them. So I don't think he wants to be too drunk. But
Okay.
He's letting people treat him as a hero. No.
All that in mind, Fiddle? Anything in particular? Doesn't have to be.
I think instead of getting drinks offered, I would offer to pay for everyone in there's drink, but a cheap one. The
So like, how much?
Sand Farmer's Shandy. Get like
How
100 of it.
much? Yeah. So how much do you put behind the bar?
I think there's 30 gold in that, right? 100 Sandies, 3 silver each. Is it 10 silver per gold or 100?
10.
Yeah, 10 silver.
Yeah,
10
so
silver per
30 gold.
Okay. 30 gold behind there, and these shandies are being handed out. Celebration, even more talk about your heroics, and sort of hoisting you up and in celebration, and just a lot of fun going ahead. Is there anything in particular throughout the night, or is that just going to be hardcore partying for you?
Just get everyone pissed, get everyone having a good
Love
time.
it.
And specifically telling them that we paid for their drinks.
You know
local
what?
hero to a local legend.
Yeah.
Roll the performance check with advantage. DC is a little bit lowered because of the added bonus of the shandies and local hero status.
I think it's 13.
Not bad. 13 is pretty good. It is taken very well. It doesn't take much to convey your success, your heroics, not just in the drinks department, but also on the sea. And while the night will take it where it goes and come back around to you in the morning, we will now go to. We're going to go to Puck, and we'll do his thing here. So, you would know within the Dockside Draught, Samuel is very much a contact. The Dockside Draught is very much a front.
Oh, well then I'll just I remember there was like a back room in which I found the resources. So can we just say this is like a stashing area and I can just put the things there and have them out of my mind, or do I need to actually interact and like is this like a drop-off point, or do I need to find someone?
Yes and no. So
On second thought, I think I want to talk to someone about the trinket.
okay, I would say like you take Samuel off to the side. It's like, good job, Buck. Done very well.
Well, thank you, Sam. I have actually a lot of the things that were loaned to me. A lot of them were not used. I have still 4 of the 5 flasks of fire and the rod. Can I give them back to you, or do I need to go to sea directly?
Well, I would say you're probably best going and see tomorrow about.
Okay, well, I'll do that then. Thank you. Can
And
you? Yeah.
you would know that there is an entrance to Alea through Samuel, like through this pub, through this tavern, and that the bastard code at the moment is the tide pools quiet.
Okay. Maybe I'll go tomorrow then when things have quieted down, and I guess I'll
There's
go.
quite a lot of people around.
Yeah, I guess I'll go enjoy myself and try to stay inside the draught, far from authorities' eye.
As you were. I'll get you your drink.
Thank you,
And
sir.
you go back around, and he'll fetch you whatever drink you're wanting. The drinks are essentially, unless you want to, are for free to drink. You can't just like stockpile them in the corner, but as far as it goes, for any of the drinks on the menu here, aside from, well, technically it's not on the menu, aside from Sufi's preferred drink, which is not readily available. Although saying
They
that,
said they
actually,
didn't have any, right?
they didn't, but they did say that there might be some somewhere. And Samuel will tap you on the shoulder and has a bottle of very elegant looking bottle as well compared to most of them. And you recognize it to be your drink, whatever the name of it was. I can't
Arak.
quite recall. Arak, there you go. I
And,
got a special delivery for you.
And how much will this set me back?
This will set you back nothing. And he hands you the whole bottle.
And him 5 gold.
He refuses.
All right. I walk up. I will leave it on the counter then. I get up and leave it on the counter.
He just adds it to the pile of coins that Fiddle had given him, and it will just go
Works too.
towards Shandy's.
I like the way you drink.
Why,
Do you like
thank
to try
sir.
it?
I admittedly have tried it before. It's not quite in my. You see him pause for a while. Repertoire. It's probably like the most complicated word you've heard him say.
I do not know that word, but okay. He grabs like a little shot glass and has the glass himself.
Very nice. Asta, getting on in the night. How long do you stay within the cramped confines of the dockside draught?
To be fair, I feel like it's more likely they'd just be sitting outside.
Yeah.
Because he just wouldn't want to try and get in through the doorway. Yeah, so he's just
Knowing
sitting
that he's
outside.
doing that, could I go join him? If you're fine with that, Aston.
Yeah.
Keep him company.
Just kind of slowly drinking through a full keg.
If it's anything like a London pub, there's plenty of people outside the front of the
Yeah.
tavern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot. And so you eventually go to make your way towards the dock front.
Oh, you're sneaking off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sneaking is a strong word.
You're walking very conspicuously off.
I mean,
Yes.
Sufi is outside, perhaps making conversation with you or someone nearby at
Mm.
this point. So are you
Unravel.
sort of excusing yourself, or, I mean, Sufi, you see him start to walk off. What is this interaction? Walk me through it, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think it wouldn't be just straight walking off, just ignoring everyone else. It'd be like, I think I need to go be alone for a while. Just with this guys.
So just raises a glass to you as you walk off, and then joins back in with whatever revelry is going on outside. Won't interfere.
Yeah, I think he'd just walk off kind of slowly, very conspicuously down to the docks. Just kind of sit down on the edge of a dock and kind of stare out.
And is it just purely just watching and looking out to the sea?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mental, just trying to go through stuff, everything that's happened. He'd be out there for a long while, like an hour, 2 or 3 hours maybe.
It would get pretty cold as the late night goes in. It is the summertime in the moment, as it were, but it's still gonna get, pretty nippy
Mhm.
out here. And most people just let you go off. Like, they were busy distracted by themselves. Like, there's some people who look towards you, and some other people correct them. Being able to tell by the vibe that you're wanting to seemingly be by yourself, and that is respected. These individuals know how to respect, and you're able to wander off. Has anyone else? Oh, Sufi, what are you doing during the night?
When you say during the night, how late is it right now?
This partying is going to happen between 7 to however long into the AM.
Okay, I probably would have left
everyone else
around
gonna-
9:30ish to 10. That kind of stayed for a bit and then.
Okay.
Maybe,
What are you doing?
But Sue wants to go and find. So you know the kid, the little urchin that he interacted with before, relating to the dodgy school.
Mhm.
I want to use my urban explorer background, which means so I'm familiar with the layouts of towns and cities, which helps me quickly locate places and facilities. I want to find where. I don't know. The kid was homeless, right? He was a street urchin. Go find where they sleep. And join them. Maybe grab some
Okay.
food along the way if there's any
Yeah, there's a number of stores that have set up just outside the dockside draw. People smart to flock here and look to flog their wares to the individuals drinking. There's
Are they
all
like the
sorts of
equivalent of
food.
donuts? Like, what are the Sea Haven equivalent of donuts?
In Sea
Like a sweet
Haven,
dessert.
Fried
yeah, I mean,
calamari.
I'd do that.
I'm trying to think of what it would be, but I
Is it
would say
Churro's place?
there would be like a form of donuts
Yeah.
there, but I'd say they're more like fried flat discs and
Buy
sort of glazed with honey rather than like
like
sugar.
honey cakes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll buy I don't know, baker's dozen.
Okay. They you buy them out. It's not that expensive. The quality's not that great, but they're decently fresh. And the individual behind the cart like sends like what seems to be their nephew off to go and get some more. And that would only cost you, probably like 3 or 4 silver for a dozen on
Say
this
four.
front. Yeah. And you can now go and make your way off. Remind me of the exact wording, please.
That's of the background.
Yeah.
There it is. So I'm able to, when I arrive in a new city, which I've been in a while, I can quickly locate places to stay, where to buy good quality gear, and other facilities. But also know the layout and rhythms of towns. So my logic is that given my character's past, one of the facilities we would likely be able to find is where street urchins live.
Okay.
Which is up to you to say yes or no to.
I would say it's going to help you in a way, but
Yeah. I presume I'd
You-
still have to look for it.
yeah, I mean, you make your way back to where you met this individual who, when she came up to you and was begging for some coins and had that small interaction and conversation with you, which is, in front of not that far off the Temple of Aquilion, if I recall correctly. And, I mean, you don't see any initial kids around. You know that towards the southwest is the poor side of town, as it were. You found yourself in one of those buildings before. Stumbled across the black cat within the building.
That was how.
That's true. So
Well, I know what you mean.
Yeah. But around the area where there's a lot of rundown buildings where you may not have been, but it's also, there's that knack within you of having grew up in the capital of the land, of Heartland, at the very least. And you're able to sort of like track down what seems to be a street urchin, a young boy, probably, 5, 6 years old.
How do I just... He just walks up to him and goes, do you want one?
Oh, sir, I sure I would, but what's the price? There's always a price.
I want to know more about this school that people have been talking about.
I don't
I've
know.
heard that you and people like you tend to know about it.
I don't know no school. I have no idea what you're talking about, mister.
Do you know someone who might?
You can see them sort of looking and fidgeting as they're sort of like reaching out to like grasp onto this. Their shaggy sort of red hair sort of mixed in with the sort of splotches of sort of mud and caked across their face. And you know that Aquilin actually offers like free washing facilities, so perhaps like
The
a
fact
bit
that
of
he's
an
not
act.
what?
Bit of an act, or maybe just the fact that he's so young he doesn't know, or maybe he does.
Sue crouches down with the honey cake in his hands, and he puts a piece of silver on the honey cake as well, and then holds it out.
Make a persuasion check.
I really need to play charismatic characters.
Your last one was.
Nope.
Got a point of inspiration.
Yeah, I'll use it. It's a good honey cake.
He just snatches it and puts the coin away, and then like brings it back out and is looking at it and is like forgetting about the honey cake for a moment, and then like, looks at both, trying to decide on which one to focus on first. And then like subconsciously sort of like reaches out and like pulls the coin up to his mouth where he like goes to bite on it, and then like bites onto the honey cake and looks up to you, sort of mouth filled with this sort of fluffy cake and honey sort of around his mouth sticking.
I don't know, Mister. It's not safe for us to talk about it.
And he's like, is now like looking around at anyone and anything around you guys.
The last person who spoke about this, from what I heard, is gone.
He's gone.
She's not gone. She's still there.
Would you take me to wherever that is?
Okay. Would you want to bring a stick?
He like briefly, like half unsheaths his sword and said, "I've got one."
Oh, okay. I poked it.
And just runs off. And you follow round a few bends, keeping track of where you're going, deeper into this sort of maze of ramshackled buildings, getting worse as they go, and turn a corner to a street. And with the sounds like celebration going on in the background, you can see that sort of laid out on a bunch of ropes is the body of the young girl that you had seen before.
Is there anyone else in the street? Or this area?
Just the kid with you.
How long has she been here?
Since yesterday, sir.
And you told no one?
Looks around.
People know. But people know not to say anything. Lest you end up like her. I need to go.
It is for the best.
And they just dart off into the darkness.
Before I approach the body, I will say, Sue is looking around in case this is like a trap of some kind. And
Make a
is
perception check.
perhaps trying to be very yeah, I'll take that. 22.
Oof. It seems eerily quiet. There's almost like a lack of sound coming from this area.
So this area, are we just like on a street, or is this like?
This is sort of turned down multiple streets. This is like a side street on a side street.
Is it? And is it like? Is it a dead end at the end, or is it
It's
a?
very much dead end.
Okay. Before going to the body, I want to try and do like a circle around this dead end street. If that makes sense. So do a loop. And I want to do it quietly. If it's possible, I don't know if it is. Can I do it on roofs? Can I clamber up, or is there like are the gaps between buildings too big?
Some of the gaps are, but you can see that there's actually like walkways across them as well. So you can do that.
So I get some high ground. Yeah. So yeah, I
You
would
trying
like
to do it stealthily?
Yes.
Then make a stealth roll.
Yes. Oh, I'm throwing a resolve with that because that's scary. What do I add again for a resolve?
Just click the dice
Oh,
next
yeah, I
to
can-
the thing,
yeah.
and it'll ping up in chat, and then you just click the button. Click roll.
Roll.
Should be a d6.
Take that. The
Nice.
total is
it's
17.
17 total. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. So, what are you doing?
So yeah, I want to get up on the roof of the of the street and do like a full loop of the dead end back to where I am. So down one side to the end, and I'm looking for anyone that doesn't look like they should be there or looks like they're waiting for someone.
Okay. I'm going to say this is going to be a different perception check to what you had
That's fair.
earlier. Especially combined with like moving around and being stealthy. So make another perception check for me, please.
No.
What deity did you piss off?
I'll add the other resolve I have. I want to do well on this. 16 total.
Okay.
Not too bad.
You don't notice anyone, but you do notice sort of up on the roof. There is a small like stick sort of jutting out of the edge, and there's a small blue ribbon on it
Is this like right next to the girl, or is this
above her, hanging over top as if watching her body.
like directly over? I'll go inspect it. I get closer to get right up to it.
Okay, you look at it. Looks like a really nice blue ribbon. The stick just looks like something from a tree of sorts. Like doesn't seem to be anything special about it, but the ribbon does look high quality. I mean, you've seen solid quality clothing back in Riverhaven. You've been up across Harlan and stuff. Like, this definitely is out of place in this location, and so specifically located above the body of this individual.
Before I do my next
name
thing,
for.
question for you: how well acquainted with magic items do you think Sphene would be? Like, as in, like the property, like the way magic items react to attempts to break them, things like that. I don't know if he would be.
I mean, you tell me, and I'll either rein it in or push it out or agree.
Well, so either way, he's going to try and get it like the ribbon with the edge of his sword. But I was thinking like he might try and like cut into it and see if it's a magical object.
There's definitely a general understanding from the populace that magical items can be like have a sense of like protection over them of like quite high level in regards to being able to sustain a lot of damage before actually getting destroyed, as it were.
Okay, so I will. Yeah, basically, I want to see if this thing can be broke. Like, literally the finest of cuts. I mean, it keeps his sword very sharp. So, just like a fine nick, and just it goes
Cuts
through.
it.
Okay, so he's going to lift the ribbon up with the edge of his sword, bring it back to him, and then pocket it. And he's going to keep it.
Okay.
So how much? So I've like done. I guess I haven't done the full loop. So I'll complete the loop and then come to the body.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I see.
Yeah.
Can I try and like figure out how she was killed? Firstly,
She is completely white.
like drained of blood.
So seems to be drained of blood, and is laying perfectly, laying gently against these coils of rope. This seems like an area where a lot of stuff is sort of stored for some of the houses. There's some like crates and boxes, and just a mass amount of rope in which she's laid down on, of arms crossed on her chest, her eyelids crossed down.
So it like very intentionally placed.
Yes.
Arms crossed. What is the state of healthcare in Sea Haven? Detail quickly. Do they like the churches offer?
Yeah, they offer some like minor services of being able to try and help.
They also do things like burials, right?
Depending on the religion, yeah. You would know, like most people would, at least, is that Helia is very, very much into cremation. Aquilian is very much sending the bodies out to sea, or being sunken, therefore into the ocean as well. And they have their own set of beliefs around that. You probably know that Durandal is, I think, would be more of like a burial
Yeah.
or cremation, depending on what
No,
the
it'd be
vibe is.
burial, I think.
Yeah.
Does she have anything? I guess I might as well check the pockets. Wouldn't be D&D if you didn't. Does she have anything on her? Like a little.
Yeah. I'll check my notes now because I'm having a mind blank.
And specifically, anything that looks like it might have been placed on her more so than like, oh, she's got a couple, coppers. Not interested in that. Doesn't steal off the dead unless he kills them.
Yeah, just. So there's no coinage. There is another piece of fabric in her pocket, her left front pocket, on her sort of blouse, as it were, or tunic.
Also a ribbon? Oh.
No, but it's the exact same color, and it has two letters on it:
Which are?
T and O.
Tournament organizer. All right. CSL.
For legal
Okay.
reasons, Tom's not allowed to say anything.
Correct.
Other tournament organizers are available. Does it? Are there any like prominent figures in Sea Haven with those initials? I guess Sue wouldn't know. Well,
Yeah.
if they're related
I
to crime,
mean-
if related to crime, you might. That's all I can think of. You wouldn't know.
I'd say from your time so far, having been within Sea Haven, you wouldn't know of any. But you can roll a general history check if you want.
Yeah, might as well. Trying to get that 20. Although I forgot to put money on myself, but wouldn't know.
No idea.
All right. He pockets that as well. And he's going to. Is there any like pieces of fabric, like a rug or like a piece of a sail or something, like a bit of fabric around?
Nope.
On the floor. No, there's a whole storage area, and you're telling me they're not storing any fabrics.
Yep.
Diabolical. Well, he's gonna roll it, then he'll pick her up, and he's gonna. I guess one final question: are there any churches you think would be most related to, like that most support the like poor of the community, if that makes sense? Would that be more Helia, or would that be more like Aquilian?
I'd probably be Helia, to be honest.
Okay, so he's gonna. Oh, I can go see Al. He's gonna take the body to the Temple of Helia.
Okay.
He's gonna carry it halfway through the city or town.
Okay. So
He's
through
not
the
gonna be-
town.
he's not gonna
at
try and
10
be sneaky.
p.m. or whatever the time is.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
doesn't
He's not
look
gonna try and be
odd at
sneaky.
all.
He's not gonna try and be sneaky about it. It's very much it's not like I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm carrying a body. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's I'm just an.
You're
I'm
still
carrying a body.
carrying a dead child at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
through a town.
Isn't the temple like right next to the tavern where everyone is like celebrating
Yeah,
the
if-
thing?
So I'm in the southwest, right? Like
Yes.
I'm down.
Yeah.
There. Can I try and go like avoid the pub? Like,
Sure.
So go to the east. Yeah, exactly. I'm like trying to take back streets so as not to be seen, but I'm walking on those streets very conspicuously to try and show that I'm not trying to like hide a body. If that
Mhm.
makes sense.
Sure. Roll a say persuasion roll for me. Let's get a vibe check here.
Okay, any kind of benefit considering
performance.
people do know who I am?
Performance or persuasion?
I'm equally terrible at both. I'm terrible at It's not
Will
gonna lie.
Sufi gets a nat 20? Let me think.
If I roll enough dice, it'll happen.
So you're making your way through the streets. Probably make it a decent distance. And there's like a gasp. Like someone looks, who's like, "Is everything okay? What are you doing? What are you doing, sir?"
I found her dead in the street. I thought maybe the temples may be able to help.
Ooh. Why didn't you
She
call the
is
guards?
still walking. I have not seen one to call.
Well, you just shout. They're pretty much everywhere. Look, there's one now. You see
Could
ahead
you,
of you, guards crossing in front of you.
I will shout to the guard. Can you help me, please?
Two individuals sort of dressed properly in attire sort of turn and sort of look towards you. "Evening, sir. Is everything okay?" "Oh,
No.
what's that? What have you got?" "Hey, Jimmy, he's got... Is that a body? So you need to calm down. What's going on?"
I am calm. This is an acquaintance of mine. She was
"Acquaintance, you say?
yes, I've met her
She's
once
dead.
before.
She
I know.
alive? She
No.
passed out?"
She is dead.
Or
I
is she?
do not know what happened, but I thought maybe the people at the temple may be able to do something.
There's like one of the individuals sort of looking over her body. He's like, yeah, it's not a gnome. It's like a child. So, what did you say your name was?
Sufyan,
And where did you find her?
do I know the name of the area?
We could say you did.
Did you say I did or I didn't?
Yeah.
That's not. I said both. So I did know.
Yeah, you did know. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'll say where I found her.
Okay. Well, the temple's not really going to be able to help with the investigation. Did she have
If there
anything
is-
on her?
Yes, and I will get out the ribbon that I got from the top, not the one with the letters on it.
What's your passive insight?
That's a good question. It's quite high. 16.
You see both of them sort of like almost like blood drain from their head, and they're like, "Well, we'll come in and check in that Ilya." Like one just gulps and takes a moment to say, "Interesting."
Do you know what this is? As I hold up the ribbon.
I'll be honest, sir. No. But there's been a couple, and there's nothing to worry about. But as the rumor goes round, you get found with one of those, you're always dead. It's not been one in quite some time.
How long is that? Quite some time.
I don't know, a month?
Can you come with me to the temple?
Sure, we can escort you.
Thank you.
Should be fine. It seems to always be kids. Which is not that comforting, I must admit, but we'll escort you. And sir, you too, your friend, you should come with us. Shouts to this disgruntled, black-haired
Right,
mess human individual who's obviously like a bit drunk. He's like, mate, I'm not part of this. Don't need to be.
They were just in the street. They went with me.
All right then, go on then. And you are taken all the way to the Temple of Helia.
And that passive insight with the blood drain. So I very much get the impression from them that they are like, how to describe them? They're not hiding something about the ribbon. Or would you want an active for that? Would you want another roll from me, Tom?
Yeah, make an active insight roll.
I'll give you another
He's just,
dice.
he's just asking
Dirty
for
one.
it, man. Trying to give it to him.
No, I'll take that. Not 17.
So actively sort of thinking and searching on this specifically is that, I mean, you've got a dead individual in your hands, never mind it being a child, like, horrifying, but there's also that connection of, you know, they seemingly recognized that, you know, the mention of the blue ribbon and linked it back to other things, so there's obviously like there's a disturbance, like, yeah. Anything other than that, like, you'd have to be a mind reader for, so...
Yeah, but there's not like a... There is a, like, that fear from them
Yes.
is real, yeah. That's, yeah. Yeah, you have to be a very good actor to fake your blood draining, but fair play. Alright, so I'll turn up at the temple.
Who knows with these non-fur people? Disgusting, mate. Show up to the temple. A couple of individuals come over, including... Test of my memory here, so... Let me double check on the name, which was Henry. Sure, I'm not crazy there. One of the senior clerics, seemingly dressed up in colours, which you would recognise as someone who's been around for behaving quite a bit. There's, you know, still like a heavy presence of Ilya there as well, and they come over and it's like, oh dear, is she sick or something? Can we help?
A little bit worse than sick. She looks like she has had, how would you say, her blood's taken.
Oh, and like looks towards the two guards who are hanging back away from you, and they like nod. It was seemingly one of the blue ribbon children's, Henry.
You know of
Yes.
these? He says to the cleric.
With Henry sort of takes a moment looking at the individual in your arms, like, know of, haven't heard of the situation. It's a shame, really. I'm not really. I have no answers. I've heard of it. Seems to be stuttering for words a bit, obviously taken back at the situation at hand.
It is always the same story. The poor die and the rich, they look sad and they cry, but they do nothing about it.
You are right. That is often the case.
Is it safe to talk freely here? Or is there people who you do not wish to hear things?
Should be safe in here. there are magics in which that would make it not safe. But I do not
So
know
you-
of their specifications.
So he's going to put the, if there's a table, he can put the body down on or something like that. And he
He
pulls up
he would guide you to a side chamber.
the initials TO. Do they mean anything to you?
Let's have Puck. If you could roll a 1d20 for me.
No. Is it a good 19 or is it a bad 19? That's the question.
Your Shang-Chi attacks you. You fell for the old. Anyway,
That's Moonbeam.
Only in reference of a piece of fabric we found on one of the other children. And also on an individual who would, well, seemingly kicked up a fuss and tried to bring this to the attention of, those in power.
This individual, who is it?
I do not know. I only know that I've seen those letters, heard of them mentioned, in connection with other dead.
You mean in this town or somewhere else? They would be useful to find.
Admittedly, just here.
Well, do you feel like maybe doing something for once? Because you could be of great use.
See him sort of take a deep breath in. What is it you're insinuating?
Find this person for me. I wish to speak to them. Maybe together we can find out what is going on and stop it. It's the murderer. Come with you now.
Yeah. Sorry. What were you saying?
I asked if he could find the person that he's speaking about for me.
I could. The last person to kick up a fuss or ask about it openly ended up dead.
So did she. And what, you just sit in your temple in your nice robes, in the warmth of the fire, and think, I am not the one dying. It is not my people. It is just the kids on the street. Not my problem.
I don't know what I could do.
Something. Anything.
I don't even know if this is a person. Perhaps it's... What if it is the luminary cult or someone else who's doing this?
I think that would be a bit, how do you say, far-fetched. What I do know is there is some kind of school and that children get taken there and never come home. She
Heard of anything?
She knew something about it and was trying to find out more for me. And now, she's dead. So if maybe for once you wish to leave the doors of your temple and help, it would be greatly appreciated.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
I keep doing charisma things. I need to stop.
It's all part of the thing.
This is why I normally play charisma characters.
I've got a job to do here. I look after people. I care. I'm needed here, but I will mention it. I will bring it up with our internals, because I know at least there I should be fine. And I will push. I will ask. I don't know what else I could do outside of that, to be honest.
Find out what TO is.
I don't know. If I find
Make
out,
a list.
I'll let you know, but... The last person you asked died from you asking for more information.
So there are a lot of people who die. Very few people get to die for the right reason. If it is your time to die, why don't you make yourself one of those, huh?
Right. I need to deal with this individual. Do you know her name?
No.
Do you know her parents?
She is a street urchin. Her parents are either dead or do not wish to be found.
Well, she's part of our family now. I need you to leave. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Find a way of contacting.
I will be back.
Okay. And he ushers you out, gives the guards a look. They just sort of like shrug their shoulders and like look down to their feet, and you can see one of them in his hand. He has like a small like symbol of Helia in his hands. He like sort of brings it to his forehead and then like looks back up towards the ceiling and the floating ball of ever burning molten metal sitting out of the altar, floating above it.
Pardon?
Right.
What is Ilya the god of, or the goddess of?
Sun, so light and healing, and what was it? It is sun, light, and healing, essentially, like within the domain, that sort of area. And one of the two suns is essentially connected to her.
I would check the Pantheon thing. I can't find it.
There is the sun called Helios, a nice and original, I know. Also known as Solara. And like a lot of people just see it as a symbolism of Helia. And the other sun is called Emberia, which is like a lot smaller. It's about half the size, but still burns as bright and actually brighter every 15th day of the month. And it's directly connected in with the sun-stricken wastelands, which, you know, it's decently well known that every 15th day of the month, the sun-stricken wastelands is scorched to all hell every 15th day of the month.
Okay.
Up there, my wizard's getting toasted by that. Sure he's enjoying it. All right. I think as Sue walks out, partly in frustration, he says to that guard that if they were watching and listening, she would be alive. And the on that note walks out and goes back to the bar or the pub.
Okay. All right. Enough of this depressing bullshit music. Nice little.
We're all celebrating. Not today. Not
Celebrating
mine.
dead little girl.
Not on
I,
my watch.
I was all like, it's gonna be like a nice, fun, like celebration evening, and then you had to go and look under the fucking like doormat, as it were. Um, uh, brilliant. All right, so we are going to keep it in like the maybe a little bit more somber mood. We're gonna sort of like camera switching over as we see Sufi walk out. Probably a little bit of like a stiffer cadence to your walk, to your body, your structure, as you walk and head over towards the Dorkside Draughts. And probably like a bit of time before you were heading back on over, Astrid sort of walked off and was heading towards the docks. So, paint me a picture here, Aiden. What does this look like?
Right. So he kind of he made his way to the docks. He found like an empty dock, and then kind of laid out all of his stuff around him. He kind of kneeled down on the edge of it and staring out. He kind of laid his stuff in front of him, with his shield and different kind of knickknacks. And then kind of stares up. Because is the storm still kind of there from when we were out on the ship?
Yeah, it's like in the distance. Like there's like definitely that sort of like contrast of the light on your side, and in the distance you can see even like there is the like lightning thunderstorm, and you can see like the like flashes of light and the resonating sound of the thunder.
Okay. I mean, he's definitely kind of listening out and kind of trying to connect with the storm on kind of a deeper level and listening to the thunder and taking it all in. And then he begins to ask questions. So, where is this path taking us? Why is Sora now on a different path? And why did you know that I'd go back there? Is this where it would all be leading? All from our. I don't want to go back home. But if this is where the path is leading.
As you say, like as this is where the path is leading, there is a strike of lightning in the distance, and then the echoing of thunder seems to just go on for a little bit longer than usual, and the lightning strike seems to hold maybe just a split second.
Did you know that I would have to go back there? I swore that I wouldn't.
It's another strike. As you say, you swore you wouldn't.
Are these people important? Do our paths really connect? And does Sora's will she be okay? Do you keep watching her?
As you look out, you can see a strike, but it's not just like a singular one. This one's similarly strikes down through the air, and it's only there for a moment, and you can see it seems to fork off in two directions.
You know, this power you gave me, that's so far has brought pain, but also hope. All I can hope for is that we are doing good for everyone.
As you say that, there is a shout from behind you, or like a loud set of words. Yeah. I told you it was him. It's hard to miss him. But we need to get him a drink. We need to get him a drink. Oi, Asta! That's your name, isn't it?
Aye.
You're a bit of a local legend, are you? Do you want some ale?
I'll... Sure. I'll take some.
Go on then, let's... do you want to hear? You coming back?
I'll head back. I'll be back in a minute.
I think you want some alone time. Okay, we'll leave you to your alone time. And
Thank
they walk off, sort of like looking back over their shoulders at you.
Yeah. I think he would just kind of close his eyes and listen to the storm for a bit and then head back.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else during this night? Any other bodies people want to try and find during this supposedly celebratory night?
Remember when this was like fun and celebratory?
Welcome.
Don't worry. Pickle Bottom's in the tavern again.
My brother summoned 2 giant tentacles, and I threw a flask of fire straight into the jaws of that shark.
And,
Whee!
yeah, for the whole night that's going on. Then, as Figgle gets drunk and starts to come down, he'll be crudely drawing on a napkin on a table in the tavern. This like tiny stick figure and like a crossbow looking thing and a ship and a cat on some water and a shark with lines coming off it.
I always
Is that any
wanted to
good?
be a hero.
Don't know, let's find out. It's dog shit awful.
It's terrible.
You
You
are
got 0.
Pretty
What I
drunk at
just
this point.
described is what I see, and the
Yeah.
people
What you
looking
tried
on
to
the
do.
napkin, it's like it's torn up, and like the quill is just going through it.
Is that supposed to be the monster?
What? Of course it is.
I guess you could sign it. You could expose it in like an abstract art thing.
No, this is for me.
And I like pick it up, but I scrunch it, and it goes into a pocket.
It was like
I want to remember this day forever.
someone hands you a large flask full of ale, as you say that.
You're so nice.
Oh, you let me get back to work, to be honest, friend. Gonna be able to get back out fishing soon, as soon as they actually open things up. Here, it might be a bit of a delay.
Well, I'm glad.
Thank you. You are a hero, at least to me.
And Fiddle. Fiddle's a hero too.
I mean, all of you. All of you are. Do you have like a group name or something? This is a bit awkward just saying, you know, those individuals.
We're not a group yet.
Oh, you should be.
Fiddle, do something funny.
Everyone around Figgle just turns and is staring at you, Fiddle, as you're like standing there sipping on a flask. Tankard.
I guess I'll just turn to the nearest villager and whisper in his ear, and then pass him the wand of the crooked smile.
You don't have it. You gave it to me.
Why is it still on the fucking thing?
Breaking news.
Fiddle,
You-
turn into something.
Do not have a duplication glitch.
Oh,
Just-
wait. I'm going to conjure the octopuses.
They're huge. What are you
How big-
doing?
How big are they?
They were giant.
They're
Huge.
like
Yeah,
15
let's get
feet
some-
talls.
Yeah, let's get some actual measurements then. How big are they?
I think they're about 10 feet wide. Like, not fully extending their tentacles and stuff. Like, these are giant octopi. These are big.
I don't think
Like-
a 100-person crammed tavern can allow
Ooh,
for a giant.
You'll probably kill people.
Okay,
You'll make
instead
a hole
of,
in the roof.
Can he summon small octopodes? That's the question.
Yeah. Some are
well,
like 8 small ones.
They'll die instantly because of the lack of water.
No,
I'm going to summon
octopus can survive without water for a bit.
They can survive.
Velociraptor. What?
Let's not get into this.
Fuck it, I'll bring out the 8 badgers.
In the tavern with 100 of people.
Well, they
think that's
they
worse.
respond to me. They're
I
not
think
going
that's
to kill anyone
actually
else.
worse.
Okay.
They're gonna cause a riot.
I'm going to biffy bop one at each random place in the tavern.
I mean, I did say Fiddle do something funny, and then everyone looked at him. So they're going to be aware that he made these badges at least. It's not like
I mean, if they're on the tables, they won't hit squash anyone.
this is the start a pub rule part of the night.
Yeah, this is like getting on to like 1 a.m., like 1:59, and like as it ticks over to 2 o'clock in the morning.
Also, I'm
What
like
is-
2 foot and I'm absolutely plastered, so it's not like I'm going to be thinking, oh, let's not fuck
Yeah,
with the locals.
Wait, can you do magic while being plastered?
I guess we could check it.
Make a concentration check.
I think
I
as a
can't-
druid, it might be a bit easier, right? It's like slightly innate.
Makes it
You know.
possible.
Yeah,
Hey!
definitely, fucking easily. So, describe to me what this looks like as you pop in 8 giant badges into a. It's not 100 people push into it now because it's like close to 2 a.m. But as it ticks over to 2 a.m., which there's no clocks here, but it is that sort of general rule of nothing good happens after 2 a.m. As all these pops out, what does it look like? From all
Fiddle's
perspectives?
probably got his eyes 90% closed, stumbling everywhere on 1 foot, kind of haphazardly waving the staff of verdant whispers around, and it's just popping in a badger every now and then, just in a random spot.
As they pop out, there's like a cheer, and then like another one pops out, and then another one, and another one, another one, another one.
Figgle shouts,
And
First one to kill a badger gets a gold coin!
God.
Tom, please tell me I'm home for this. Am I? At the
yeah,
pub?
yeah, you're there. You're there for this. Yeah.
I am instantly like peppering a badger with knives.
"Are you next to one though?"
Can I skewer one?
Yeah.
I guess for in this purposes, can they just have their own free will? Just let's see how
I
that
don't think we're
goes.
going to do an actual combat scene.
No, we're not.
Rolling it.
But-
No, I'm just saying so they can run away and shit. They're not just
Oh
gonna
right.
stand there like you did.
Yeah.
Let me double check on this because
And I'm way too pissed to be telling them to run away. To be honest, Fiddle would probably be pissed enough and say fight back.
If you don't issue any commands to them, they defend themselves from the hostile creatures, but otherwise
That's
take
right.
no actions.
Uh-oh.
Oh no,
So if you
they're
don't-
gonna murder the villagers.
They're gonna murder us. We're the hostiles.
Like people look at them and then just like look at like Sufi at.
I try and stun it, so I try and hit it with the flat of my blade rather than kill it.
Sure. How does this look as you KO a badger? We're not going to do.
I mean, they're
rolls
face
for this.
spirits. How does this work?
I'm flat out killing.
There's
one.
no such thing as fey spirits in this. These
Oh,
are
right,
real
okay.
creatures that have
They're
been
real
pulled in from
creatures.
elsewhere.
Okay.
It's get teleported in.
That's you just murdering
this-
some pleasant little.
Yep.
That's what I said. I
That's
just
it.
like.
Figgle would probably hate that, but okay. He's drunk.
Fiddle would
That's what-
absolutely be fuming me.
So he just pulls his sword out and then sort of flips it so that like the flat is pointing away and just bops one on the head. Not to kill it, to knock it out.
Or attempts to pop him on the head, you mean?
Yeah, and I will say the journey back from the temple with Misty is not very far. He is drunk.
Here's what?
He's drunk a lot of that arak on the way back.
Okay.
So if you want me to do something because I'm drunk, he is
It's up to you.
definitely
What
drunk.
what do you think? I'll leave it up to you to decide on this.
Let me make it. Can I make an attack roll rather than just succeed at it?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know. We'll say. What should we say?
Disadvantage?
Well, they have DC, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah. What's their armor class? Yeah. And yeah, this
10.
disadvantage because I'm.
13? Oh, 10.
It was 10, yeah.
And I'll do it at disadvantage because I am drunk. So I just want to see if I fail. Nope. Too good with the sword. Sorry.
+5 +3.
Yeah, as 5 is from my dexterity, 3 is the proficiency.
So you smack it.
Pop it on the head.
As you want to. Do you have the stats up there for the badges?
Yeah.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
They have 15 Constitution.
I mean, I have specifically used the flat of the blade. So
Oof.
Well, it's not stunt. You've just pissed off a badger that's staring at you. But there's like sadness in the eyes, you swear. But maybe it's just because you're drunk.
At the exact same time, I tried like to throw a knife at the badger to try and kill it.
the same one.
Yeah, the same
Are
one.
there
Like
no
he tried to
villagers? I didn't ask Fiddle to summon something just for us to kill them.
I mean,
Can I-
you
can I-
literally screamed. First
Yes,
one to
first
kill a
one
badger.
to get a gold coin, yes.
Yeah,
Can
I
I
want to go.
But
for it.
unconstitute?
Wait,
Oh, sorry. Can I unconcentrate as he's throwing the knife?
Uh,
I was going to try and
I-
deflect it.
I would say you can, but because this is happening as Sufi is doing it, I'm just going to allow Puck to chuck this dagger, and then you can unconcentrate if you want. But this
Tom,
attack-
would you
Yeah,
allow
no,
me
it's
to
not
use
to
deflect
defend the
missiles?
badger. It's more for
No.
the shenanigans that may happen with a thrown knife when a badger disappears.
Wait, so I can't save the badger?
You know what? I get what you're getting with the shenanigans, but
I can't imagine I've got much concentration anyway.
I want to.
both. Well, we will do this because you hadn't taken like a full action on that front. But we'll say roll an initiative roll. So a dexterity check, both you and Puck. So Fiddle and Puck, and also Sufi.
check.
Just chuck it in here, but
Just in case. 'Cause I want to try and.
Oof.
Wait,
Oh,
if
that's
he
my goat. That's my
unconcentrates.
goat.
Wait, if he unconcentrates as I'm throwing the knives, is the knife going through and killing someone?
It's going
Presume
through
I
it's
it.
think
going
that's
over
the
the floor, right?
intention.
Oh god.
There's a giant badger though, apparently. I was under the impression they were normal, but it's a
No, they're
giant
giant.
badger.
I
They are
presume it's
giant
not
badgers, yeah.
stood in front of people. It's on the floor.
No, it's
Well,
on the
it's
table.
in one of
with
8 random places, isn't it?
Oh,
I was haphazardly spawning them in.
roll Puck. Roll a 1d100, and on a 25 or lower, you hit someone.
God damn it.
Oh, I know, I roll bullet.
Why me?
And I can't do anything in terms of.
God
Oh, it's huge.
damn it!
Oh, it's 8!
Can I deflect missiles?
No,
You're
because
not.
it's a psychic blade.
But also, why would you
It's a
be in
missile.
front of it to deflect it?
No,
Because I was
it's-
next to the
It's
badger.
not material.
There's 8
I mean-
badgers!
Those
Yeah,
are
but he said the same one.
blades
This is
made
the
with my
same one.
mind.
Okay.
Can I cancel them?
Oh,
Shit.
Tom.
Oh.
I'm going to rules lawyer you.
You could try.
You make a psychic blade from your free hand. This magic blade is a simple melee weapon.
Yeah.
Right?
If you try
It's
and
a
deflect
weapon-
it, it will just hit you instead.
I will
It's a
take that.
Good damn,
Like,
Mr.
I'm
President.
trying to stop it from hitting someone else.
It's a
Okay.
finesse and throw.
So
Then
I still have to succeed. Well, actually, well, I say
wait,
that.
no,
I,
no,
I
no.
don't, I don't have to succeed.
Wait,
I
wait.
just do it.
Technically, I've missed my target.
Oh yeah,
It
it
is
vanishes
said,
immediately. Yeah.
yeah, it vanishes immediately. Rule as
Yeah,
written,
Tom.
I'm in the clear.
Normally, I'd say, "Fuck it, this is more fun," but that would lead to more bullshittery later on if I set
Kill a civilian.
precedent. If I set precedent here, let me reread this. Uh,
So
The
it
blister
vanishes
just
immediately
walks
after
into
it
a
hits
tavern
or
on fire.
misses.
I bet you just do a 50-50 roll whether it works like that or not this time.
I would say just for continuity, it just disappears.
Yay!
But Sufi is trying, like, you are still trying to deflect it. So describe to me
I
what this
deflect
looks
nothing.
like as you're trying to deflect. As this is going straight towards this like individual standing behind the badger, like wide-eyed, confused as they see like Puck throw this like ball of energy, like in like a knife shape, I guess, towards them as the badger is just
Hmm.
disappears.
So like immediately from that action of like trying to bop the badger, you like kind of what's it called? I can't remember what it's called. There's a like a motion where you like spin a blade like that to reset it, and I can't remember what it's called. It's really annoying. But like it spins the blade round and then like swipes up into like where the direction of where the blade is going. And I imagine that it like sort of poofs out of existence just before his blade hits, and he's drunk enough that he thinks he did that. As he does it, and then he like sort of flips the sword, taps it to his head, and says, "You're welcome."
Can I have a performance check now from Figgle, Fiddle, Puck, and Sufi?
I'm disadvantaged that
Performance.
myself.
What am I doing?
Are we still
You are
drunk?
trying to
Yeah.
entertain. Yeah, you are.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm
you're
disadvantaged myself.
who is heavily drunk here?
Apparently
Uh,
me.
Two is.
Yeah.
I think I'm not actually. I'm drunk.
Okay.
I
I
can't be
still
less than
have a
3.
-1, so. Oh, well then.
Maybe it's the saving grace of the throwing knife thing, but there is a cheer that goes around, some confusion as well, and a little bit of like uncertainty around it. And some people like you hear someone say like, "I guess it's about that time. Things are gonna get a bit wild from here. I'm going, Doris. You're coming with me. Let's head off." And people like start filtering out. There's like a good clap, and there's some people there who are just like smacking the table and like rooting and hooting and like downing some more drinks. They seem to like you can recognize them as being like the usual culprits who are always like probably like this drunk normally during the day anyway. But overall, I'd say that's actually a success on the group from like a certain degree. But success on what? Either way, we're gonna say that the night is coming towards an end. Is anyone gonna head off to bed? Or are you gonna keep drinking and partying until you pass out somewhere?
Not gonna lie, Sven is 18 years old. He's probably trying to use this to find someone to sleep with. Putting that out there.
All right. Well, whatever happens
He's
in the
making the
background.
most of the evening.
Yeah.
He's that kind of boy.
Okay, yeah. Sufi is going off and trying to find someone, whoever that may be.
If there is like, if there's a place near, I think you might go for a walk to different pubs or something. If people are going to bed here,
It's
maybe
still
finding
going to be
someone
like
who's-
still pretty busy.
Okay.
Yeah.
if there's any dancing going on or something like that, he'll get involved.
Okay.
See if his feline wiles get him anywhere.
Brilliant. And we'll catch up, and you can. There's some like that sort of meta knowledge going on there, but we'll fade to black on that side. And what about the rest of you, Puck, Fiddle, and Asta, who I imagine you're back sort of around this time as well, sort of seeing this chaos go down. Maybe sitting outside and peeking through a window.
Does
Yeah,
Sufi
yeah.
say that they're gonna go?
Who? Sorry.
Sufi.
I'm still there. I presume there's like an area in this pub where you could like dance,
Yeah.
like get the bar.
Yeah, there's a
Oh,
bard.
okay.
So I'm still
There's a
in the
bard
pub.
playing.
You've not
Yeah.
bar hopped yet.
No.
Okay,
I thought
sorry.
that that wasn't happening here. So I was like, if I have to, I'll leave. But he's just joined in some dancing.
But Asta?
I think, well, for one, I'd kind of wait to see if Samuel will come outside. Because does he come outside to bring drinks
Yeah.
out? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah. Could I stay in the stables tonight? I think I'm a bit too big for my rented bed.
Sure. I can relate. Almost. You are pretty big though. If you come in through the back entrance downstairs near the stables, we've got a big enough entrance for you to come in. I'll make a small cot down there for you. It won't be much, but it'll be something.
It'll be better than sleeping out on the street. Thank you.
No problem. Cool. Is there anything else for this night? Because once we're done with this, we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll be done with the partying for the night.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say I don't drink myself shit-faced because I have things to do early in the morning.
Okay. Is everyone else getting themselves shit-faced?
Vigor has
have.
a heroes party and follows Sufi for the night.
Okay. You're both getting shit-faced.
You're trying to fuck as
Fiddle.
well.
Maybe.
Depends how much 2 casks gets them shit faced at this point.
Okay. Is it just 2 casks you're drinking?
Well, I drank 1 and then I come back and got another. So probably just 2.
Okay.
Just 2.
I'll keep that in mind. We will be doing constitution rolls when we are back from the break.
Oh.
So we'll see how everyone does, and that'll just be Puck who manages to mostly dodge that. We shall see.
Am I a high enough level monk that it doesn't affect me? I don't think so.
Alcohol
I think
is
that's level
technically
10?
poison.
Yeah, I don't think it's high enough. It's either
Yeah, I
level
think it's a
8
high
or
level
level
thing, isn't it?
12 or something. Yeah,
Definitely not level 5.
no. Looks like I'm just gonna have to keep everyone at this level,
Level
then, I guess.
10.
Yeah, it's purity of body, right? Yeah, level 10.
Yeah, I thought so. I was discussing it with someone else the other day because they changed it in 2024 edition to be, in my opinion, worse. But
It's disease
I
and
think it has some
poison now.
interesting.
Yep. Oh, wait, no, that's 5e.
No,
Disease.
it's not disease because they got rid of disease, the mention of
Yeah, yeah.
disease everywhere in 2024. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you what, we're gonna go for a break early. So we'll break off and be back in 20 minutes. So at 15:15 the hour, as it were, we will be back and ready to go. We'll be coming into the new day, the new dawn, as it were, to see how our fantastic local heroes are doing with everything. So, we'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. Bye.
Lift off.
Hello, and welcome back. Hopefully you had a nice break. I know I did. I grabbed a couple of potential things for me to nibble on, nice and healthy, lactose-free fucking chocolate and stuff, because my body hates me, and I hate my body. And one of them is like not only lactose-free, but also gluten-free. So I'm like, do I hate myself that much? Because gluten-free stuff is just pure depression.
Might as well not be food at that point.
Exactly. I've gone to multiple events where one of my colleagues is gluten-free and I'm vegetarian. So they're like, here, you get gluten-free bread. I'm like, I'm okay. I'll just go eat some sand. Anyway, moving on from hating on people with unfortunate intolerances. And we'll talk about something else more exciting, such as moving into a new day, a new dawn. And you know what? Let's have some music for this. I don't really know what to put on for this.
Was I successful?
Were you successful in what?
Rizzing.
Finding some action.
Oh, okay. I mean, that was just a fade to black. But I tell you what.
Well, I don't need to
roll-
act it out. I mean, I can.
Roll a
Well, no, you have
Roll a
to do it.
performance check. It's got to be a
Since we're
performance
here.
check.
Yeah.
roll the performance check.
Do I need to do it with
Constitution.
disadvantage because I was drunk?
No. Just do a straight performance.
Oh,
Oof.
dear.
Bad. Bad.
Do you succeed through failure, or do you just fail completely?
No, I think this is me succeeding and then performing badly. You know what I mean?
So I think. Oh, you know what? At the same time, can I have everyone roll me saving throw aside from unravel? So no
Yeah.
puck rolls. As you would.
Sorry.
Oh
UK,
my
we're all rolling
god!
Constitution.
2 1s!
I'll have a 15.
Oh wait, no, that was fucking. Wait, what?
I'd prefer to swap the dice around, but I can't. so.
How have I had 2 1s today?
I rolled out 20 dice. Can I just put it? I
You
have rolled
are
20
very
dice.
small,
I've
so
not hit
it
my,
makes sense.
I've
I'm
not hit my
really
20.
small.
Is mine going through?
No, I don't want to
or not?
hear. I don't want to hear it's law accurate.
I
Okay.
didn't see yours, Asta. No.
No. Yeah,
Well,
none,
it's
none of
almost
the dice
true.
rolls are actually showing up in my timeline. I should like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw
that's
that
weird. I
dice,
didn't see
and then it
yours.
didn't
I
show
saw
up
the
in the
dice,
chat.
but it was a 14. So what's your what's
Then
14
you also
plus?
then you roll with
+3.
advantage. Wait, but it's different
Ma-
because you're giant.
Make sure your default roll mode is on public.
Yeah, it's on public roll. It's not rolling it for me either. It's just not
Strange.
doing anything.
Try
when you-
refreshing, but what is it? 14 plus what for you?
+3.
Okay.
Then you
So
roll
that
with
would be a
advantage
17.
if you've been enlarged. Or am I making that up?
Nah.
It
Not
just changes my stats.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah.
Oh, it's strength checks. Yeah, and saving throws. So not con
So
saves.
yeah, something like that.
Yes, it's only strength save. I thought it was con saves. Something
Yeah.
So whilst you refresh, we're just going to do a quick technical thing on the live stream. If you interact with that, Mara, you should be able to try and scroll down, I think. Okay. Yeah, Asta, if you try and refresh, but you had a total of 17. Sufi 17, Fiddle 14, and a natural 1 for Figgle. So I would like to picture this, and we're not going to spend much time on this, but a natural 1 deserves to be pictured here. And I've had someone roll, and they had advantage on their rolls whilst doing these kind of constitution saves. And they rolled a double natural 1, and something very bad happened, and something similar is going to happen here. So, Sufi, as you're busy risen up this individual,
What? I thought this is for
at the
the
bar.
morning. What
Is
the
this,
hell?
the con saves happen in the morning.
This is like a combination of everything. So I'm
Okay.
combining the fact that as to
Alright.
how
You're the
you failed
Uh-oh.
You're the deal.
in risen up is
No, don't
because
make
in
it on me.
combination
No,
He's gonna
no,
steal
no,
my
no.
go. And
with
then do
Figgle.
terrible.
Hang on, let me do a performance check. Hang on.
Disadvantage.
A 0. You steal my go.
3 1s! Come on!
Oh,
my
wow.
god!
Damn.
What is this?
I tell you what, you persuaded me to make it even worse. So the local
God.
new announced hero, Figgle, Sufi, risen up, talking, drinking a metric shit ton. There was just like just imagine in a movie of things like flashing past, it's just them sort of like dancing around, chilling, like
We've got
swooning around
the
each other.
lights
There's-
and the little spins.
Yeah, there's just like lights in the
Yeah.
background. It's just like dancing lights. Like Theo's in the background, like quickly like risen up, like on Leanne's shoulders, like flying on past. Then it was sort of like slowed down in time, comes to this point where Sufi's like busy, like leant on this like tabletop and is like drunkly trying to talk to this woman, and then Figgle's trying to like wingman as well at the same time, and it's just like coming out with like absolute bullshit of what Sufi's done and how good they've been and how much they've like a bro to them and have been for ages, how hot Sufi is, and then
You know
as
what I
he's
do,
like
Tom?
busy
I get
talking, there is just a
napkin.
as Figgle just spews all
Lovely.
over this poor individual and their friends who are standing at this table, and they're just covered, projectile vomited from Figgle as he then just passes out in a pile of his own vomit in the middle of the dockside draughts. And the rest of your night, your riz is ruined. You're covered in your friend's sick. And slip over in the process as well. Fuck it.
What were you going to?
And huh?
You ruined me.
Hey,
My
what happens?
reputation.
My reputation. uh, so, flash forward to the morning. Actually, being the only real sober one here, Puck. Would
Is
you
Puck
have
still
dealt
even
with
up?
this
What's
situation, or
going
would you have
on?
gone to bed? This is probably
I'm
like
not.
4 a.m.
I'm not there. They went out to find like kind of the after party ball
Okay.
thing. I'm still in the darkest I drought, so no.
I think we are as well.
Oh, you are. You said you were going out trying to find.
No,
like,
but yeah, but Tom said that the party stuff was happening in here, so we stayed.
Oh,
Yeah, there's still stuff. Yeah.
But it's 4 a.m. Would Puck still be there at 4 a.m. is the question.
I don't know. I can't. Then again, I did say I was trying to
Roll the dice.
No,
Do
because
something in the morning. Yeah, you had.
yeah,
you had
I wanted
things
to do a thing in the morning, so I can't retcon that. So no, I don't think I'm. I think I'm already asleep somewhere.
Yeah. Did you go back to your home, or did you take like a free room?
I think I did. I took a free room.
Cool. Yeah. Smart. So you've taken a free room. We're gonna come to in the morning. With the amount that was drunken, Sufi, you have a hangover. Asta, you have a hangover. Fiddle, you have a hangover.
On a
Figgle, you're
17th.
still drunk. Yeah, you guys were
Oh, okay,
heavy.
okay.
You were,
Yeah,
do
but
you
I'm not
see
still
what you
drunk.
would like?
Yeah.
You were drinking a metric shit ton, and Figgle is still drunk, and you are
Where do I
not
wake up?
feeling good. You tell me, where'd you wake up?
Well, I mean, I fell asleep on the floor. You're like, I passed out, right? You said.
we-
So
Yeah.
Samuel had
You-
to move me, or Sufi had to move me, or something.
So say
I
they
think
move you.
I think I
Oh,
would have moved.
Do I
would have moved.
trip on you coming down the stairs? The morning.
No, I would have carried on. You know the classic
You
two
can't
drunk
leave me
people go
there.
into their home and like
Oh,
stumble
yeah.
through the door. That's what we were like.
But does
Fickle,
Figgle
can you tell the
stay?
time? I'm not fucking drunk.
Yeah, I've got like a pan flute and I'm holding it up and said like breathalyzing him with it. He's just playing his
This is just the whole scene unfurling in their room, which you know, brilliant. Okay, so eventually you wake up and Figgle, you are disgusting, and you have gained, let's say, 2 points of exhaustion from that failure. And because anyone else who failed as well, you gain 1 point of exhaustion. Keep in mind we're
Where can I
using
mark that? This
top left of your sheet.
like the smiley
there is-
face.
Yeah, big smiley face, but it's 2.
You say
Everyone
I
else.
failed or
Yeah,
not?
you did.
It
Asta
reduces
2.
our rolls, right?
Yeah, so should do it automatically. It'll just do a -1. So reminder for any viewers, we're using something that was like inspired from the Unearthed Arcana that they tested with and then decided not to go with it, where there's 10 levels of exhaustion. On level 10 you die, but all the way up to level 10 you get a -1, which is, what do you call it? It just adds
So
up.
malus.
So and also at level 5 exhaustion, you can no longer reduce your exhaustion through long rests. You have to have an extended long rest or through magical means. So don't get 5 levels exhaustion unless you can get yourself out of that situation. Anyway, it just allows me to chuck exhaustion on you and be like, well, in 2 levels, you're going to die. Cool. All right. You wake up and I'm not going to put on like tavern music and stuff. It's fairly chill. There's no real loud music. There is cleaning going on. It's not Samuel. He's sort of just seemingly getting up himself. It's pretty late in the day. Puck, I mean, would you have stayed chilling and waiting, or what would you have done? Because you're probably going to be the first one up by like an hour, 2 hours at least.
Well, the goal was to go through like secret passages, not secret, more like private passages to link up with the ring, go see Cora, and report and give them back the stuff and give them insignia.
So as you bump in and try and speak to well, essentially gain access. The individual at hand, this rather short-tempered individual, rather androgynous in regards to their appearance, that look you up and down. It's like, you know what? I'd love to let you in, but actually, he wants to see you and everyone in your group.
Oh,
He
really?
wishes to speak to you all.
That's news to me. I
All
mean,
Red passes on his regards and says everything should be all right, but I'll
I
probably
mean,
get them in shape.
we can do both. I can go see him and go see them, and then bring the whole group. That's not mutually exclusive.
Probably best you don't.
Anything I should know? He looks sketchy. Like, is there something going on?
Roll a inside check.
I don't know what's going on today. But
Wow. You like this individual, Gladys, like they this is kind of like just generally them, but like they know like there's no like they don't tend to like tell you not to go down there. There's definitely something like more afoot here. But it doesn't seem like they have like a specific thing out for you in this moment, or at least, that's what it seems like.
so right now, my plan to go early in the morning. I should have gotten shit faced too. Then, god damn it. Couldn't have passed along the message like yesterday when I was. Anyway, thank you.
Are you saying this?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Gladys is like, look, you didn't hear it from me, but what I've heard about what you've said, there was a bit of a leak of information.
Oh. Oh. Problem.
And the usual subject is a little bit out for blood for you, Man Finch. And this is an individual. Like, as soon as they say Man for you, this is a wiry halfling who seems to just have a distaste for you. Perhaps it's just the vibe they get from you, or maybe it's due to some information they may know about your background. You've never been able to like properly decipher as to what it is. There's always been this level of hostility and like wanting from them to like push you down whenever they get the chance. I'm glad it's just like, see, young man is jumped on this chance to try and crucify you. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah, I
It
was
seemed,
busy leaking information out while I was killing a giant shark. Yeah, they were not. They were
that's
never.
what I mean.
They were never drowning in brain.
I'm just passing on. You can go down if you want, but
Yeah, I
All
know.
Red suggests that you go down in force with your friends,
Yeah,
local heroes and all.
I'll follow your. Thank you for passing along the message. I guess. Sorry for taking it out on you. I guess I'll go do something. I don't know. Can you? What's the name of the halfling warrior? Marn?
Yeah, so I'll push it into chat for you.
Marn.
And you know that he is like a fairly skinny halfling with a scar that like runs down his face, in which he like loves to like boast about how he got it, which changes every so often. And he kind of like walks like he knows every loose stone beneath his foot, as it were. He's almost got like little person syndrome. in regards to little dog syndrome. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah.
Where he's insecure about his
Napoleon
height.
syndrome.
Napoleon.
Napoleon. That's it.
Yeah,
Not little
of-
person syndrome. That's very
of-
different.
I have no idea what little dog syndrome is. I kind of want to know now.
It's essentially Napoleon. Like if a lot of like small dogs are obviously like full of like that
Oh
sort
yeah,
of
yeah,
yappy
I know what
shit.
I mean. Yeah.
Like biting out the heels and acting as if they're bigger.
It works though. Many dogs don't fuck with a chihuahua yapping at its face.
Yeah, well, it's get drop kicked though.
By you, not by a dog.
Okay, so
I
Anyway,
hate chihuahuas with a passion.
yeah, so
So-
from what I've got, so basically there was a leak of information, which I suspect is the fact that I told scimitars. Maybe it's not. So let's not jump to conclusion. And like someone Marn who does not like me took like the advantage of the situation to point fingers at the gist of it.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess I'm gonna go back up. So I'm the only one up right now.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have much to do right now. But I've heard about those trinkets that were on the board of the ship, on the deck of the ship. Maybe I could go through them.
You might have heard whispers about it, but that was more like meta knowledge.
Yeah.
You guys don't have them
Okay.
right now.
I was not sure how you retconned it.
Yeah. So I'll bring them up.
Okay.
Just for everyone, because I know I didn't really delve into it, but yeah, I'll bring it up when it
Bombastic
becomes
side arrow, no?
relevant.
Okay.
Huh?
mhm.
What'd you say, Luke?
I said bombastic side eye. What are you adding?
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chat up the person who's cleaning the tavern to see if there was any rumor or anything going on in the town while I was distracted with this whole Sharktopus business. Like, what's the latest news? That
Okay.
kind of thing.
Roll a persuasion check. This
Oh,
person
God.
is busy,
Why?
like scrubbing the floors and stuff. Like,
Can I get advantage if I help them?
yeah,
Cool. I'll get next to them.
this would be Joseph, the barhand, who, yeah, is just like fairly fresh faced and looking miserable at having to be up so early while still probably being heavily drunk themselves. Doesn't take much.
Let me give you a hand, Joseph. And yeah, do not do this alone.
Thanks. I mean, this is your friend's sick anyway.
Oh, sorry
Disgusting.
about that. Least I could do is help
It's
you.
okay. It's okay. You guys saved the day. And not to like fully like go into the role play of it, but the thing we can skip forward a bit in the conversation and stuff, and he would be like, "Did you hear that there was another body?"
Oh, well, wasn't the last one like there was a bit of a break in them, right? It's been happening again? Or did it happen while I was distracted?
Don't know, mate. And he just like there is that like just side eye towards you. I don't think I really want to talk about it, but that's something that happened apparently last night. Your mate brought them over to found them and brought them over to Leah's place.
One of my mates. Who?
I think it was Mr. Sir Rizalot or something. Sufi.
My reputation can't be that bad.
I mean, I didn't know the last name. Good to know it, but yeah.
Was his last name Sufi Rizlord?
I mean, if you
Bahira.
Is
say
it
so,
Rizalot, Rizlord? What's going on here?
I don't know.
Actually, it's Bahira.
Yeah, but I don't know that as Buck.
Hmm.
So.
Oh,
Now
no,
Rizlord.
I said it. I said it. You do actually know that.
Oh
So I
no,
said
I've
it too.
forgotten fully.
Selective
What?
memory.
So I hear about the murders. Okay, and is anyone doing anything? I know that guards are scared. But...
What can you do?
I
You
mean,
talk about it, you kick up a fuss, you end up dead.
I mean, just talking. I mean, we've been talking about it a month. Not everyone turns up.
Just stops and thinks. Suppose that's true. I'm not dead. Not yet.
Well, thanks for this. Great news, isn't it? That.
No, but I mean, what I also heard is that, it's just happened as far as the sun-stricken wastelands.
Sorry, can you say?
What's crazy is it's apparently happened over towards the sun-stricken wastelands as well.
Oh. Oh, that's very strange.
Hold up.
Well, I hadn't heard about that.
My partner's always into these kind of books and news articles whenever we can get them about crime.
Yeah, the real
investigations
murders.
and- Yeah, he never stops going on about them. And well, I mean, maybe it's just a copycat or something. I don't
Who
know.
knows? I mean, not really our problem. I don't have kids, but that's kind of bad for business. Killing kids, right?
I don't know. Hadn't happened for a while, so I don't know what triggered it. But it's not really that comfortable talking about it any further, mate.
Yeah, I get that. I'll just help you finish up here, and we'll just talk about it.
Samuel will come down probably 10-15 minutes later, and we'll just shout over. It's like, "Oi, Samuel's sorry, that's Joseph. You're meant to be doing the cleaning, not one of our Christina guests here, Puck. You want some food? Hopefully the cot was good enough for you last night."
It was great. I didn't have to go back to the barracks. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
Heard anything about the turmoils going on downstairs?
spoke to Gladys, did you?
Yeah, was kind of surprised.
I think it's just probably Mom being a bit of a dick, and
Is he not?
maybe old Red just wanting to make sure you have your right foot forward. Was it?
Yeah, but you know, my crew, quote unquote, is not really aware of what I do. Like, I'm sure they have some suspicion. They're not really aware.
Well, that's true. Well, mostly true. I can safely say you're cordially invited to bring them down.
Okay. Do that once I've briefed them and hopefully sobered up.
Well, what could I? As he changes demeanor, a little bit, as someone walks in the door, and looks in, smells, and just turns around and walk away. And then we're gonna say like everyone else like is like filtering down. Figgle, how do you wake up and where do you wake up?
I think Figgle will wake up presumably in the same room that Sufi took me to, and I
Sure.
guess Sufi would probably sleep there as well. if
Yeah, I
it's-
didn't make it
yeah.
back to mine.
Okay, okay.
I'm on the floor.
Figgle's not a good
No,
drunk
I'm on the
sleeper.
floor.
Like, some people drink and then they pass out for 8 hours or whatever, right? I
Yeah.
think Figgle's probably twisting and turning all night. But when he wakes up, he'll notice the sick and the smell, and I guess Sufi doesn't smell as good as they usually do. And go,
Sophie, Sophie, wake up!
I think as you do that, you would notice that, like, although he's asleep, he has the like that piece of fabric with the letters on in his hand, and it's very visible to you. But yeah, he rouses and what?
Let's go get a bath at Aquilian.
That sounds like a very good idea.
You know, we can afford it. We're heroes. We can get the massage and everything.
I've already said yes.
Okay, let's go.
and like Figgle goes to like like go down the stairs quickly, like running down the stairs, and is like very nearly falls over and like grabs the banisters on both sides, and realizes that they're not fully that they're still drunk essentially.
So does not go fast. He's been drunk before. He's not an idiot.
As you step out your room, Asta is downstairs, so never mind. Fiddle, you would have slept alone that night most likely, or would you have snuck into the room with Figgle and Sufi, or wanted to give them their space?
I think after the badger incident, I'd have hired a room.
Question:
Go on.
No.
Otto.
Oh.
With wherever the balls are, I imagine.
From what was previously established on the ship is that Otto had been put back in the care of the Temple of Helia.
Okay, just wanted to bring that thread up again.
Yeah, well, if he gets left at the Temple of Helia, then
It's not the sort of dog that you leave there, is it?
hey, dog steaks are a thing. So Fiddle, just for ease of thing, you step out your room and you see these two stumbling in front of you.
Stumbling as in,
Still half drunk and they smell.
I think I just walk off from them and go get some breakfast,
You're going the same direction down the stairs.
Not my problem.
then run ahead of them. So I'm not with the half drunken people.
Okay. As you run down the stairs, you bump into Asta, who's peeking his head through as you've awoken Asta in your sort of area where it's like in the back rooms. There's like a little bit more room. It's one of the storerooms essentially that like a court's been put up, and like the doors are a lot bigger, and like, the ceilings are still like quite low, like for your height, but it's comfortable enough for yourself.
They're still big.
Wait, how long is
Yeah.
this lasting?
What do you mean? Oh, we're doing 4 hours at this bar, mate.
No, I mean
No, it's the
the
size of
no,
Asta, mate.
The size.
Oh,
how
I think how
long?
long was this scene lasting?
If
No,
I remember
no, I
correctly,
meant-
it was
I think it
very
was
close
3
to
full
being
days,
permanent.
right?
Yeah, no, it was multiple days.
It was a couple
It
of
was like
days.
3 full
wasn't
days or something, right?
It was a couple of days, I remember.
I told you at the
as far as I
time.
can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember.
No, because
That's the
I
sort of thing
specifically
you should
remember
probably
going.
keep track of.
Yeah,
I mean, your character
specifically
wouldn't
remember
know,
you
though.
saying-
Well, yeah, but it's not something I would know. It's just
Yeah.
it's just an effect.
I specifically remember Tom saying, "Oh, it could have been permanent."
Yeah, it
So,
was. I
yeah,
think it was
There's a
like
couple
a
of
couple of
guys.
percentage off from being permanent because then Sora rolled low enough where it was ended up being permanent. So I say permanent. It's a curse
it's
of
a good-
sorts. So,
Mm.
which is funny enough.
Actually,
Anyway,
high enough level cleric.
you poke your head around the corner, Asta, as you see Fiddle sort of rushing off, rushing and like bending around the corner, and you can see and smell Figgle and Sufi at the top of the staircase, sort of like making their way down and very loudly talking about Aquilian and like baths.
Is everybody else feeling their shit? Just kind of hand on head, peeking through the door.
I
You
think
see Sue nodding.
I know I'm gonna have to ask a favor like in very soon, so I think I'm gonna take the initiative of trying to fix some kind of breakfast and bringing things to the people who can't walk yet.
Oh, we're off to the bath.
We're going straight to the yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
going to the
I'll be going
spa.
down the stairs like
I
No,
hope I get that pretty lady with the green eyes.
some, like talking about the
Yeah,
temple.
when you
and,
say
yeah.
that, I emerge with breakfast and I'm like, sorry, I don't have green eyes. I have breakfast
Yeah.
though.
I don't think it will stay down.
Oh, you need a bath.
Yeah.
I think we all do.
Group bonding in the baths. Let's go.
Let's go.
You're going to Aquilian's. Fiddle, are you going? Or are you gonna stay behind and eat your food and relax?
He's miles away.
Fiddle.
Yep.
Are you gonna go to the bars with them, or are you gonna chill out at the bar and eat breakfast and stuff?
I'll just sit and eat breakfast. I'll have the
Fi-
griddled sausages.
Fiddle, you need to check on Otto.
Yeah, I'm sure he's all right with the balls and the temple there.
Why, you don't love him? It's your
I mean,
dog.
He's a wild wolf pup.
And you're a master druid that's going to turn it into your pet.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, you spent so much time trying to domesticate it.
Yeah. I mean, there's still time. He's not gonna just become wild again in a minute.
No, but you should check on him.
I will.
Okay.
You see
Fickle leaves
Sue.
it at that.
Before you eat, he will walk on 2 feet.
Fiddle, can you roll a 1d100 for me, please?
Where's the check? Where's the check?
It's pissing it down with rain. We get to the baths and we've already
Aquilian is closed. The geothermals are not active today.
A
The earth has
30.
stopped
Okay.
rotating.
It is tipping it down outside, and there is a thunderstorm. Actually, it's not. Sorry, no, it's not tipping out down. It's like a moderate rainfall outside, but there is the sound of thunder booming in the distance.
I think as Sue gets outside, he just stops and just sort of like closes his eye and just sort of stands in the rain.
You hear a zip, and Figgle has his travel-sized parasol above his head.
Dear God. Are you okay, Sophie?
This is nice. It is like being in the waterfall. It's good for a cleaning.
I think this is a pre-wash.
You go in the waterfall fully closed? That's
To be
very
fair,
strange.
Sue does not wear much clothes, so he has a pair of trousers on.
How does
That's
it? Does a cat wear trousers like this or like this?
It's just the front.
It's like
so you,
his
you can just see
arms
his
and
arse
legs.
is just out.
He's just Donald Ducking it. Winnie the Pooh in it.
It's got us as chaps on.
Oh, is
Oh,
this
man.
like a Rizalot family tradition or something?
I do not know who that is.
You, oh, never mind.
Okay, so to help kind of speed things along here.
No, I want to act out the entire
Tom
spa.
hates. Tom hates.
Canonically
RP
hates
sessions.
spas.
I do hate bars.
Tom
Absolutely.
doesn't like it when
disgusting.
we clean. Tom believes in
Um,
bad hygiene.
Yeah, it's definitely
I
it.
He was a CS2 pastor.
It's true, sweaty as fuck.
I really can't comment. I've got no legs to stand on here.
The temple, as you go to the sunken temple of Aquilian within Sea Haven, half of it is above water, half of it within, still like dry for the most part within, aside from the baths and the pools available.
I hope the bath's on dry. Yeah, shit bath.
You are offered the same sort of pampering treatment, but even better actually than what you'd asked for the previous time you'd been here, which I think Sophia was here for, right?
Thanks. Yeah, I think it was.
This was part of that. Yeah, when
it
you
was
were here.
post out.
And I mean, for you, Puck, I don't know if you would sort of have gone here, but Aquilian, Temple of Aquilian, has like public baths for people to use as they wish. They believe in, from a social perspective, like that is something that they bring to this town. But then they also have like a high level like pampering side or massages, deeper cleans, whatever it may be. Like essentially a fancy spa within reason. Like for you, it's like swanky. For like Sufi, he knows it's not too swanky. He's been or knows of places in Riverhaven.
I think Puck's been like a couple of times, but it's not really a thing that he frequents. Usually, he just does like cat bath. Does not frequent like.
You saying we don't bath?
Do you clean yourself?
Yes, like a cat bath. Like it's like with a basin, basically.
We just see him
No,
in
I
the
mean-
morning just licking himself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
Maybe it doesn't translate. Maybe I try to use a
No,
French.
I
No,
know,
I'm asking.
Don't
Sorry,
take the
I'm,
piss out you, mate.
yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm not taking.
Sorry.
I'm asking him if
I
he
know what you mean.
actually, if the
Yeah.
cat people clean themselves by
Oh no,
licking themselves.
no. It's true.
Okay.
He's a spa enjoyer.
Yeah. So you'd know, Puck, as well, that there is a sermon every Silver's Day, which, just for context, is like our Sunday, where meta-wise as well provides you with a blessing, and that's the same for pretty much every temple within my setting. It's not 100% guaranteed, but generally there's like a specific day in which they'll do a sermon, and there's like a general thing. And just for meta-wise as well, just because you're pretty familiar with it, is that for 24 hours, the receiver of this blessing always knows the direction of north and has a +1 bonus to any navigation checks. It is currently Ember Day, so it's 2 days away before the end of the week comes about.
How do you reopen the calendar?
Left, there's a golden thing called Journal Notes.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Click on
simple
that, and then
calendar.
at the bottom
Cool.
there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and
So we're
I'll
only
make that
putting it over Saturday, right? No.
your Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, you went out drinking on a Thursday night. Essentially.
It's a rough day.
That's right. We don't have jobs really. So.
Yeah, we're unemployed.
The like
Freelance.
the moon icons and stuff on there, just ignore them. I haven't sorted that out because it's turns out it's actually quite complicated to work out how that works when you got 2 moons. In a way that makes sense. So sorry.
You
3
also
moons.
got 2 sun, which fucks up the whole thing.
As long as they
kind
rise
of.
and fall at the same time, you're fine.
Yeah. That works in tandem and it's fine most of the time. But like there's whole lore behind that in regards to there used to be a lot more dark days until Helia and someone else came about in regards to being able to try and bring extra day. Right.
Days are over.
You guys are going to spend a couple of hours at the baths, I imagine, and not pay a single thing unless you want to donate, in which it is proposition, donate to the cause, to the temple, but also to the people. And there are 2 different like bowls for like donating. One is like specifically for the cause of Aquilian, and the other one is for the cause of Aquilian and the people. But
I'll throw
like-
5 silver and 5 copper into the people. One.
okay, what about everyone else?
5 gold into the people.
Over my dead body.
Funnily enough, can be arranged. No. Okay.
I will do
It's being
5
arranged by
gold.
Okay.
the ribbons.
This is where you like all splurge out on this and you don't actually get the money. Okay. Perfect.
I mean, I do have 260 gold.
In a,
You
in a
guys are
very
rich as fuck.
uncharacteristic thing for me. I'm so concentrated on how I'm gonna explain to the group what I need from them that I don't try to swipe the gold from the trunk.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Do you try and explain that during the bath scene?
Maybe not, because I'm hoping the bath sobers them up first, and then, yeah.
Okay. So you
We're
don't
just
steal shit.
rehearsing. Yeah.
You guys have all the sea cucumber water you want. No, that wouldn't work. That'd be disgusting. You just have the cucumber water, all the cucumber water you want during a visit.
Do they
And
have
you?
like beard oil? But
Yes.
for I'm getting all over.
Yeah, they're like you're not like the
All
only third
Yeah, exactly.
humanoid they have. Like so they're equipped to look after multitudes, including scaly folk as well.
You know when like a dog comes back from the groomers and they're all like puffed up. That's what it is.
You walk outside, and as it's been 2 hours, I'm gonna do a roll because I don't think I've really done that many rolls today. So let's do this public. Do an extra 1d100 here.
Can I
See.
stealthily be massaged so that I can do another d20?
Still rated. Still same thing. Thunderstorms. It's not disappeared off. You walk outside, and Puck, are you trying to lead to maneuver them anywhere? What is going on here?
I mean, if we get out, like, my expectation is at some point we will all reconvene at the
Wait.
draught. So
Yeah,
Not
Fiddle's still
to-
back at the draw at the moment. So
yeah, so I'm expecting us to all get to the draught because the two that were still drunk haven't gotten breakfast yet, and it's still pretty
I'm
early.
not drunk. I'm hungover.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
putting that
sorry.
out there.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
only
yeah.
one that's still
Do
going.
you think
Thank you very
having
much.
a expensive pampering bath reduces our exhaustion by any chance?
Oh,
Make a con
Not-
save.
not these ones.
Okay.
You could have asked.
I mean, I guess Figgle would have because he's extra hurting.
That'd be 100 gold.
You have been stopped. Not denied.
Fuck that.
Capitalism.
Hell nah.
Hell to the no.
100 gold.
The no,
you're
no,
off.
no.
For a single exhaustion.
I'll do 10.
Best I can do is a copper.
Alright.
You could try and persuade your way around it if
No,
you want.
I'm alright.
Or is it because they need
More than
100
happy.
gold of like diamond dust or something for a spell? That's probably what it is.
For this, for them mechanically, it's the specific like it is. it
Your
is to
mic
do
cut
with
out
component.
specifically when you said what it was.
Oh, it is
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
with like the component costs and stuff.
Yeah.
With the relaxation treatment, not diamond dust specifically for this. Not everything is like greater restoration in this world, but okay. You know what? Actually, Fiddle, do you stay there or do you go to like Eli's? To go back up to the room?
Why not? Let's go to Eli's.
He's definitely
Go
going to check on
shopping.
Otto. I love that Fiddle. Checking on Otto.
It's been
Lovely
like what,
dog
a day?
dad.
How long's it been
It
since
has
we've
been
seen
like
Otto?
a
It's
day
been
and a
like
half.
fucking years.
Can you roll a 1d6 and a 1d20 for me, please?
I know. I think Otto's been there a while actually, because of the races.
Yeah, but you were there a couple of days ago.
Fucking
He's
Otto.
at
doesn't
Helio,
give-
right?
Otto tried to bite my hand off.
um,
So would that sleep have counted as a rest or no?
yes, you've all had a long rest, by the way. You still
Oh.
have the exhaustion that I mentioned, but you have had a long
I
rest.
think everything's
Oh, hell
maxed
yeah.
for me.
So just make sure you still have the
Oh, yeah,
exhaustion levels.
I'll add it back. Yeah.
Yeah. So Taylor, you'll need to add
I did
yourself.
the same.
Yeah, which I-
Yeah.
I think everything was maxed already, but might as well, just in case. Sorry.
So, Fiddle, as you walk in and there's the dingling of the bell into the shop of Eli's, there's definitely like a little bit of a mood in here, and Eli is like looking over towards you. It's like, well, it's nice to see you. You here to buy? You here to ask questions?
I'm just here to have a little mooch around, Eli.
Oh, okay. And he just goes, sits behind, and you're able to like rifle through, and you find this finely crafted mask from like polished obsidian, and it's got this like smooth, expressionless face. The eye holes are unusually deep; like they go in, and it's like if you wear it, it like pushes against your skin. And there's like a slight sort of like shimmer on it as well from the front. And like when yeah, find it.
I don't like
That
how
is what
Aiden
you
was
found.
laughing as you described that. He's definitely thinking of us.
It just sounds cursed.
Right, okay.
Did you say it has many faces?
A mask with many faces.
Okay, Eli, what does this do? And I'd hold the mask up.
Oh, well, that is funny enough something that can help you appear as if you were something else.
Does have many faces.
Something else, as in.
You disguise self spells.
Well, say if you wanted to look like me, which don't do if you buy it, then this could allow you to temporarily look like me.
So does it do anything if I literally put it to my face?
No, you have to spend some time with it and show some care and focus on it, and it will change how you look.
Okay, how
So
much is
you
it?
imagine? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, could you roll a 1d6? Why do I do this?
5
Not that cheap this time. That would be. I could do for you, hero of Sea Haven, as it were. Do that. 400 gold.
That's insane work. Alright, can you keep it on a shelf for me?
I could go. Hopefully, no one else finds it.
Well, hopefully not. And then I'll just leave.
Okay.
I'll say thank you, Eli. See you in a bit. I'll try to find everyone else, I guess.
How much
Cool.
money do you have?
I've got about 600 gold.
I'd have bought it.
2 out of 3 of
you
my
weren't there.
money is mad.
I know, and I also wouldn't have been able to.
Well, I've
That
left
thing
it on
is
a shelf.
really
So.
good. It's a mask of many faces.
Say that like I know what that is, though.
It
Not an actual item.
it means you can cast disguise self at will.
We'll find out. I'm
I
gonna.
don't know if Tom might have
today or
restrictions on it, but if it's just the
Yeah.
normal mask of many faces,
It's
so you can just
basically
tell me
like
look
Ma-
like
Mask
this person.
Mask of many faces occasion for a warlock, so it's not that, but it is flavored after that.
Yeah, so it's an item that gives you that trait, but like not as extreme as the wolf trait.
Yeah, just like a
Correct.
charge.
But
Yeah,
the
I'm
disguise self
specifically.
is
Which is still great.
the disguise
Isn't
self
it
makes you
like
look like I could
once
be
a
other person for an hour. So
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna specifically try and find Figgle.
I mean, you've gone back to the dockside draw. Everyone else will eventually turn up. Fiddle sat at a table. You'll walk in. What are you doing?
Um, so everyone is here, and everyone seems approximately alive.
Yep.
Only one of us is so drunk. So
Guys, I kind of need a favor in exchange.
No,
Thank you, Fida. Thank you,
I'm
Figel.
joking.
Um,
I'm still drunk.
yeah. So you know how locals, like friends of mine, lended us those magical items that gave us a hand in the fight. Well, those friends have suffered a setback, and someone inside this circle is pointing fingers at me, and it's been recommended to me that I don't go and give back those items alone, that I have like some backup. Would you mind accompanying me?
I insight check him.
I'm
Yeah, if
not
you want.
lying.
That's why I'm inside checking.
Rolly.
I've no idea.
Before I get
He's lying.
Puck to do the roll, so that's a total of 6.
It is a natural one though, so if you want to,
What is your what is your pre-perceived notion here, Sufi?
For me,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's like an ulterior motive to why he's asking us to go, because I know who he's like. I know who he's associated with, Sudas, so I would know who he's trying to take us. So like the idea of like delivering the item like that, I think to Sue seems like a very weird reason for people to go. And so is there an like is that a cover for him wanting to get us there for a different reason, if that makes sense?
I'd probably say there's like a massive wave of nausea over you as you're like asking this, and you're like get completely distracted. But
I think Sue is like he's got like his scabbarded sword, and I think everyone else just sees him just do that for a second.
Sufi?
Like breathing.
Is it illegal?
To go see some friends? No.
But they don't get up to anything dodgy.
I mean, depends on what you define as dodgy, but from what I've seen you guys do, not dodgier than anything.
What do I know about whether Figgle has interacted with similar people that I have? So I think there's been mention of
I
it,
know
right?
all about SOS and letter C, mate.
Yeah, but I don't know if Sue knows you do. I don't think he does, right?
I'm gonna be so... You're so stupid when we all get...
Well, there's three people in this group that all interact with people that you're trying to bring us to.
God damn it.
So we're like...
I don't think you do know that Fiddle.
Yeah,
that
I don't think Sue knows. Yeah.
Pretty sure you don't. I think
I think-
Hal might have had something like an inkling,
Yeah,
but I don't
agree.
think. Yeah.
Which I think.
Well, no, but it's because when I met Sufi, I mentioned C, and then Sufi
Yeah, that was it,
like,
yeah.
"How do you know?" And then I was,
Yeah, there you go.
that's what it was.
Yeah, so I know you know who C. I know you're aware of C.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's really just to lend me a hand. There is always a guy in the group that kind of has it out for you, and this guy has been pointing fingers. So, he's rather unpleasant. If I could have like a 12 feet tall guy who shoots lightning behind me, maybe he would think twice.
Well, it depends. It depends if you want them to meet inside, because I'd rather not right now.
I mean, we can go round the outside.
That makes it easier.
Yeah.
Maybe it is
Like
a
he's
big
sticking his
room.
head in through the door rather than being inside.
No,
Makes it more comfortable.
we can go through the docks. No problem.
How long are you going to be this big anyway? Can't you turn it off?
Well, I don't know if it's permanent or not. I have no idea.
Shouldn't you be more worried about that?
I am worried. You just don't need to know it.
Can't you dispel it or something? Isn't that kind?
I don't know. I mean, I could try, but
We could go to the temple.
maybe. We could try.
Hello, sir. Sorry, sir. Can you make me normal size, sir?
Just for added context here, so Puck, you would know that at the dockside draught, like, is like there is like a big entrance elsewhere, but it's also like a decent sized here because they use it as a way of like
Bringing merchandise.
moving stuff in as well. Yeah. Whereas like, yeah, it's probably one of two ways, but the other way you'd have to go through some tunnels, which would be a drag.
Okay. So, no worries, Aster. I have a way. Should fit you. You probably have to lower your head a couple. Should be okay.
I'll probably have to leave my spear behind as well because it's a bit bigger than me.
I mean,
I don't know.
you do you, but if I were you, I would not leave precious magical artifacts in the dockside drop.
I just keep far away from me while I'm trying to get through through wherever we're going. Then.
Sure thing.
Why do they need all of us anyway? What are we doing?
It's just to include you. I don't want you to feel excluded. And it was recommended. Maybe they want to meet the local legends. I don't know.
Oh yeah, well of course they would.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Who wouldn't?
You're a celebrity now.
Yeah, I guess I am.
I've
Yes,
just
the,
like Pox makes the face of, oh, I just found the lever that works.
Yeah.
I think the people like us now. But I have a favor as well to ask. Find out who this is. Puts the thing with Tio on it on the table.
With
I
that,
think you'd also notice that there's like a little ribbon attached to his sword, with the one he's currently resting on, that's like wrapped around the hilt. It's the same, exactly the same color.
I've heard you found a blue ribbon body.
So you are one of the people that do not do anything. Huh?
Oh, I mean, I've heard about it, but like you hear about someone being robbed, not know much about it. Would the TO thing is not like a well-known thing, right, Tom?
No.
Okay, so
It
would
doesn't cause any of it.
Yeah, would the TO evoke anything as a local?
No.
Well,
You would have heard about it before.
Oh.
We would know
I mean,
a TO. Yeah.
Would you have delved into it heavily?
No, Pog. It's not that he doesn't care, but he doesn't care.
Okay, cool.
Doesn't want to get involved. Yeah.
There wasn't a TO at the mansion party.
That's a good question.
Yeah, very good.
And if there might have been, can Figgle roll to see if they remember someone TO?
Yeah, roll a roll.
History, right?
Yep.
With a -2.
Histoire.
And I've got a natural -1. You're kidding me!
Oh my god.
Everyone there was called TO.
Holy shit.
You haven't rolled
Yeah, I know.
above 7, I think.
Yeah, I don't need to hear it.
There was Timothy, there was Tom.
It's funny you say Timothy because he's
There was
rolling like
Talia.
someone called Tim.
Uh-huh.
Teresa.
Yeah, that's TM.
Okay. Okay, that's a big fat no.
Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah, I'll give you one sensible chunk of that, Tom.
All right. Carry on.
Um,
Hmm.
yeah, you were saying that you need a favor.
Yeah, well, I just put the thing on the table and then said I needed help finding out who it was.
I mean, we could ask who we're going, but I do not have any more. And those, you do know that the people asking too loudly about the unfortunate tendency to kind of dead.
I know too well.
Also, don't we have to deliver something? We have those mules.
Yeah, that's
The-
for
That's
Brookside.
for going away.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to do that at some point.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
presumably
We
do
can't
have
get
to do that
sidetracked
soon.
and start
I presume we're leaving for that
investigating
today, right?
TO.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's a long term.
Okay. Well,
This
I
is
mean,
our coursework.
Okay.
Well,
We can-
Sufi, what exactly happened? What is this? Where'd you find it?
Tom, who was with me when I met that girl? I don't think I was alone.
No.
Does anyone remember? Were we like all
remember
a group?
Yeah, I think you were I mean, you were a group. I'd say like you'd all be aware of that initial conversation. Yeah.
Do you remember the girl I met in the market? The one who was an urchin?
Something about a school, I remember. That one?
Yes, I went to speak to her last night. And
Why?
I found her dead. I thought it would be. How do I say this? I've got a taste for being a hero. I thought maybe I could be one for her too. But she did not live to see the sunlight. Maybe I can avenge her instead, huh?
Puck, you say this has happened before?
oh yeah. Been going off and on. No, been going, as far as I know, for a month, around a month. I don't even know how many people. Like it's a guard thing.
It was more than a month, right?
So
I mean,
I'll
Puck doesn't know that. Like I just hear what Joseph said.
Well, I would say like Puck would probably be. I mean, it's up to you in regards to. But I will say what you probably would have heard, especially in your line of business, is that
Yeah.
this has just been a thing for a long time.
Like every now
Oh.
and then someone pops up. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's been happening. It's a thing. I've heard just this morning from a not very reliable source that it also happened in the Sunstricken Westlands. So it's not only here. But yeah, children bodies turn up, drained of blood, with a blue ribbon.
Here's a question for you, Tom. So before Sue got here, he obviously did a lot of traveling. Would he have heard of this at any of the other places that he, which obviously are between here and Riverhaven, so it wouldn't include the Sunstricken?
Roll a
Is there
history
any-
check with advantage.
The advantage, okay. Thank you. I'm terrible at these, so it doesn't matter. But I'll escape the 2, that's fine. 14.
Yes, but potentially like less so in detail, especially in like Riverhaven where there is just more death and stuff.
So
in
it's
such,
more
like
like
a big
tales of
populace.
dead children rather than like specifically a blue ribbon. Like, but I remember the blue ribbon part.
In your line of business, in your back hit history, maybe Yeah, let's say that maybe in this moment, it's up to you on how you come about it, but there is like a little bit more of like a inkling as to, having heard tales of this kind of thing happening, but also not just on children's bodies, but on others. But the
That's right,
specifics on that escape you.
because last night at Helia, they said like the person who had been trying to investigate it. That as well, right? I think she was. And now that I see this and know someone affected, I think it is across the whole area. Before I got here, I went quite a lot of them. Well, a few of them I heard of something similar. So I think it is bigger than Sea Haven. But and someone you are, what do I say, affectionate towards dies, it becomes a personal thing, I want to make sure our death meant something.
We can ask, we can promise you. Especially if it's been going on time, means there is not very much we can do about it. Idiot.
It is something I have heard too many times when people like me and her die, I think maybe if we do hear something, we should be the one to do something.
Why?
No
But to
one
be a
else can do it.
hero, of
Straight.
course.
I mean, will you be the hero because you saved an urchin? I mean, I don't want to be callous, but we're heroes because we saved the profits of the town. Not heroes because
One life is worth saving. Any life.
I wouldn't call
oh well,
someone of your ilk a hero.
oh, never called myself one. You were the ones. Oh my
You
god,
just did.
you can keep it.
It is. I heard the phrase once that to be a hero, you must do good when it does not get you anything.
What's the point?
And I never. That is the point of being a hero.
Well, you do get self-satisfaction. It's kind of a lie to yourself. You just want to feel good about yourself.
When was the last time you felt good about yourself?
Well, right now, I feel pretty good about myself right now. I mean, I'm rich, people like me. I'm okay.
Sure.
Are you sure people like you if you're wanting us to come with you for protection?
Oh yeah, there is one guy that doesn't like me at all. But that happens,
Make it 2.
Yeah. Oh, you mean oh.
No, I'm just messing with you. You would need to do more to make me.
So Samuel's gonna walk over and just lean in and is like, Parker, probably about time you guys make your way down if you are.
Sure. Is everyone
He's waiting.
is everyone done with breakfast? We can head in right now.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me get through this door real quick.
We
Just
can
as
take-
we go. You
on.
go.
I was
You
just
go
going to say to Aster that to go through the stage. Like there is a.
It's a bigger door, it works.
I passed the empty arak bottle back to what's his name again? The bartender.
Samuel.
Samuel. Yeah. And I just go, please, get me another.
Well, I think you can probably ask Nira.
Say the name again.
Nira. Nyra.
Nyra. Thank you.
What's the name of the drink again? Arak?
Arak.
Arak. ARAK.
Yeah, we're not
Is, like an,
Iraq, not Iraq. We're not
NSC
going to go steal its oil.
Yeah, no, I just
to Iraq.
I just can't speak English. I meant Arak.
It's very
Neither can
similar
I.
to, it's very similar to absinthe. You've had that.
Oh,
or
really?
Sambuca. Yeah.
I was getting like Raki or Uzo vibes.
Yeah, me too.
So it's made from aniseed,
Yeah, okay,
which
that is Raki.
absinthe and
yeah.
Sambuca are both also made from.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you guys all going to go down? Is anyone objecting? Should I not have even asked that question?
Well, I'm not objecting, but it crossed my mind.
I'll go with.
Free will exists somewhere else.
I know who we're going to meet.
All right, and like it started to get a little bit more popular within the tavern, but you're led and like you'll go with Asta as his hulking form, as it were, is sort of led back like through the large entrance, same one you would have gone through to get to the storeroom. But instead of going straight to the storeroom, you're taken around like a slightly different bend, and it is a bit of a squeeze for you. But there's a large sort of entrance where it almost looks like they might send barrels down, but there's another one outside as well, and so they sort of like whip it open, and there's like an individual who sort of it's a person called Gladys. Sort of pops their head out. Is like, right then, what's the password?
The tide was quiet.
You remembered from this morning, did you? Perfect. All right, let's get you down. Oh, don't be causing any stir in you, the big man. I'll be
Oh.
seeing you later. And he's going to wink at Asta and then guide you guys downstairs. And as the noise of the tavern fades behind you, Samuel, sort of leading the charge down here anyway, and sort of darkness behind you, secondary door that opens, and there's a sliver of light ahead, and there's a scent of brine fish and old rum within this storeroom. And as you disappear down these large steps, get to initial landing, and then there's a curved sort of stairway that winds down into the belly of Sea Haven, carved into old damp stone. The deeper you go, the colder it gets. The stone underfoot is slick in places, worn by time and footsteps. Flickering lanterns hanging alcoves. They're weak light catching smuggler's marks carved into the wall. Maybe some of them are runes as well, and just some notes about good luck or whatever else it may be. It's like a silence that falls over you and grows heavier with each of your steps. Only the faint sound of trickling water and distant murmurs from below sort of drift upward. Let me switch over to... Yeah, fuck it. More sounds sort of emerge from the darkness as light does so too, as you wind yourself further and further down, and the stairs open into a vast dome-shaped cavern. The air is thick with the scent of wet stone, sea brine, pipe smoke, and something faintly metallic. A haze clings low to the floor, sea mist drawn in from unseen vents, and the sound of quiet conversations, clinking glasses, and muffled laughter fills the space. Your eyes are drawn to the center of the chamber, a familiar view to Puck, who has been down here numerous times. In the center of the room, there's a wide sunken pool with a raised stone platform sort of surrounding it. shallow seawater laps against the rim. In the middle of all of it, resting partially submerged, is an enormous moss dark throne built from barnacle-crusted stone and driftwood. A slab of black coral serves as a table before it, etched with swirling tide chart nautical runes, with a softly glowing jellyfish lantern suspended in its center, each one of the tendrils sort of dangling down, giving off this eerily glow across this. And here sits, in the center, someone who's familiar to Puck, but the rest of you is a bit of a strange view, one that I'd probably say none of you is familiar with. It's a bulking sort of individual, enormous and slightly unsettling. This individual resembles a giant toad, stretched far beyond the natural. His thick, dark green skin, slick with moisture and textured with patches of barnacles, purpling warts, and tangled algae that drapes off his shoulders like old seaweed. His arms are wide and powerful, ending in webbed fingers, tipped with thick, dull claws. His belly presses heavily into the pool below him, sending ripples across the water with each slight movement. From his back raises faint puffs of mist as his body steams from some internal pressure. His neck inflates slightly as he exhales. Each breath you hear a soft, bubbling rasp. His golden eyes are massive, set far apart, unblinking, reflective like polished brass. They watch everything without expression and lock onto you.
Literally Jabba.
I have a question before we.
It's a giant toad.
Yeah.
Giant toad with
Yeah, he's
golden
a frog.
eyes.
Yeah. What's my usual relation with C? Like, am I usually differential? Like, is he like a very like tyrannical, despotic boss, or is he more like, or are they like more laid back?
They seem to just shoot straight. They could be fairly serious. You tend to go through Old Red for most stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't usually
have-
interact with them.
Yeah, you have interacted with him, but it's not like a day-to-day, like, hey, buddy, how you doing? It's,
Yeah.
oh, this is the big boss, who is, like, above your pay grade in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Fair enough.
And also, like, he wears very little.
Yeah,
Just a
that's-
wide leather belt strapped across his bulk, from which hangs a ring of keys, and also a small curved dagger shaped like a hooked fish's hook, tooth almost, and also 3 rings, sort of glowing almost at this distance. One's made of what looks like brass, one of jade, and one of was like sort of like ivory or bone.
That's
And
not-
just to finish, like giving out like the vibe of the interior and stuff as well, it's around, just to paint the picture anyway, is to the right of you, a bar warped of like ship timbers leans beneath Tim lanterns. Behind it is a blue-skinned Skathan, a individual feminine in nature, her skin marked by silver horns, ill tattoos wind down her neck. Her eyes glint faintly, and her shadow seems to move half a beat behind her. Her eyes darting around the room, taking in everything, looking at what seems to be every drink. And I mean, Puck, you know her as Nira Shivs. There's like numerous like shadowed alcoves that hold other figures cloaked, muttering, exchanging coin, discussions, some playing chess, some just like relaxing and sitting there and looking around, watching you as you come in. And there's like a little bit of a dull to the sound as you come in here. And like, what are you doing? Samuel has just left you guys.
Okay.
As you've walked down here, he's stayed up.
So, guys, this, and I just I say that to the, then I turn to the room, And has he, like you said, they locked onto us, like
Yeah, he's watching you.
yeah. So I'm just gonna.
So and also old red is right next to him.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go forward and go to the boss and stop a respectful distance away. And I've been informed that you wanted to see us, and so here we are. I've also brought back the very generous resources that you've lent us. We've used
Is
one
anyone-
fire, otherwise everything here. Yeah.
Oh, what are you saying, Luke?
So is there anyone in here that I know?
At this point in time, no. No.
Right.
No, there wouldn't be.
I'm just gonna slip to Luke, to Sufi. That's Nira, that Samuel was talking about.
I will say hello.
And like Skathans aren't like incredibly common. In some places, like they're just rejected. In towns and stuff, they're fine. In cities, they're fine. But for like, depending on some of their backgrounds, like they are like cast aside, just due to like
Similar to the Qatari.
yeah, more so because they have like a connection to the Discordant abyss, and there's like certain flavors where there's just not a nice history behind it, and there's just a sense of distrust, which may be fairly in place.
So these people, so these are like devil people, basically.
Yeah, devil / demon. As far as it goes in this setting. If
What
you
is
want
it,
like
sorry? Skathan?
yeah, I put it in the lore
Oh,
chat,
did
but
you?
it's
Oh, sorry.
it's for everyone in Twitch chat, all of you, all two of you. There is CSCAETHAN.
Oh.
Skathan.
Yeah.
If you want like a flavor vibe, part of what is kind of in my head for this is there's a lot of is anyone familiar with Darren Shan's work as a writer?
Yeah. The Cirque de Freak and shit.
So yeah, it's a series Dementor. There's a lot of like horror like sort of demons and like mainly sort of demons within it. There's that kind of vibe going on this where there's a lot of grotesqueness in here. And like for example,
So over the top demons. Yeah.
yeah, and like there is lore and there is some places where it's a little bit more order, but it's instead of having like say for example classical D&D where there's 9 levels of hell, it's almost like on a flat sort of area where there are like different boundaries and regions and stuff, and it's all overseen by the overlord of the discordant domain, like of Pantheon. And let me look at this as an example of like one of the within it there are multiple different lords as well, and in particular, this is a little bit on the nose, but there is lord called the Flesh Architect. His sort of like domain is a fleshscape of sinew and stitched stone. The depicted sort of vision of him at times, and like this is very much going down the route of something that is you do this, you are like part of a cult, you are fucking bad. Is like a long-limbed humanoid of like raw muscle and multiple floating eyes. And there's like tall tales of him coming in the night and stealing body parts or stealing your eyes and reconstructing creatures out of these spare parts he's taken, not killing but maiming. And there's like a horrific side of like the world here, and to be clear as well, it's like part of another plane, and like plane walking and stuff is not something that is usual to like much known about, especially to the everyday folk. Something that you guys are probably going to learn more about, but I don't think any of you have any relevant background to know specifics about that side of things. But you get the general gist of like they're in a different like universe, and some people might depict it as down below, but then that also would depict what is also called, which I'll drop all the kind of like
Hold
different
on,
lore,
hold
lore on you guys here. Is of how do I make sure I say this right? Why did I such a name? I put the phonetic way of saying this somewhere. There it is.
So you made a name, you forgot how to pronounce it.
So this one is oh my god. It is Welsh inspired, kind of behind it. It's Penumbraith. It's the Luminary Quartz version of it. There is other names of it, and that's similar to a lot of the time. And I'll just put this in Twitch and also in Foundry spelling of it. And this is essentially the Underdark equivalent. Penumbraith, essentially.
It's like what Penumbra is shadow, right?
Yeah, I can get into it later on. I've got the notes on why the two words. Like it's the latter half of it is actually. So the first half actually comes from Latin, if I remember correctly, and the last
Penumbra.
part of it comes from Welsh. So it's kind of like mixed in together, but delves into that side. And the dwarvish side is just 'cause, you know, Undoina, which is like essentially theirs, and like it kind of translates to the deep. There's like myths and stuff connected in there to do with giants and like a few other things as well. But that's enough for now. Hopefully that was it.
What Welsh word? Because Braith is speak.
It's more to do with. I'll have to double check into my deep notes of it. It's not like a specific word, but it's part of something.
Okay. Because that to me would say, if I take Penumbra and Braith, it would be like Shadow Speak. Like so, it would be like the name of Shadow.
Yeah, that's like the general vibe. Yeah.
So like our etymology nerd.
Yeah. I'll have to check my notes on it, but yeah, I went a little bit harder into that because you know I'm moving to Wales and it was into that front, and so I already had like the dwarvish name of it in place. Oh, I say dwarvish, it's Scots Gaelic on that front. So anyway,
I've lore for like I want to run a campaign for some of my friends, and like there's a whole section of it that like the language that became Welsh. So I like to use like Anglo-Saxon naming things. There's also like Britannia in France or Brittany.
all right, cool.
They also
Getting
speak
back on track. I could talk about this stuff all day, but I won't. But you know, it was cool to expand on some of that stuff and hopefully connect with some of you. You know, the Scotland Abyss is not meant to be like a nice place. It's not somewhere you're going to go on holiday to. Same with Penumbraith as well. But you are currently below Sea Haven, standing in front of sea, and we've just had Puck essentially speak out and talk about how you've brought this stuff back. Like how are you presenting this, Puck?
I'm just like very casually, like I've heard they wanted to see me and the group, so I've brought the group. And also, by the way, well, thank you for your help. And here are the thing you loaned me, minus the expendable force that I used, which is just one alchemical fire. I'm not talking about the thing yet, the insignia, because I want I don't want to advertise that to the group because that's criminal activity. So if I can, I'm not gonna do that overtly in front of the group, especially since Sufi literally just did a sermon about being a hero.
Yeah, there's a. It's like the breathing of sea, this large bulking form. They'd be considered a large creature. Point they, you see them intake in, and there's just their throat sort of extends out, and they speak, and it's just like, back more thing, bring back friend. Good job on the shark octopus.
Thanks, Bob.
Keep these things. They are yours. And I'm not gonna keep doing the same like deep, but every time, like every few words,
think
it's
you should.
like sometimes I may do it, but I may forget. But the vibe is there.
That's very generous. Thank you. I'm very grateful. But you asked, and it was recommended to me, bring everyone here, maybe to meet. Well, you just complimented me. Good job. But I'd really have to say that those, and I gestures to everyone, and Sora, who was kind of taken in by that woman at the FTC, were as and more instrumental than beating the shark.
Indeed. I wondered where she was. There's been discussion. The job you and others accomplished. And his eyes are darting and looking at everyone but you, Puck. Staring at each one of the others, like Fiddle, Asta, in his big form. The golden scimitars. You understand why they had to be taken. And he's not directing the question at you, Puck, but is actually just saying this directly without any real context aside from saying about a job being done and then asking if you guys understand why they had to be taken towards everyone else but Puck.
Truthfully, I do not care. It is not my business.
Looks down towards Figgle and Fiddle. You were at Wigram's party, correct?
Did you say correct?
You said you were at Grigrim's party, correct? Question
Oh
mark.
yeah, no, yeah, it's just the last word. It sounded a bit weird to me.
Probably because it's a frog.
Robert.
Toad, actually, you racist!
Same thing.
You gonna say
Um,
anything?
I guess I'll just nod.
And you leans forward, hulking mass, and like one arm forward onto the black coral desk. Did you see what they did to our Raka?
Well, he did try to steal something.
leans back and stares at you. With good reason. Such an item does not belong in the hands of him.
Well, for what it matters is I tripped up a guard.
So I heard. That was Rakka's. Sorry. That was Eli's brother. Information that led to Gregrim knowing. We suspect. We know. Comes from Malin's efforts to start her own intelligence agency called the Golden Cloaks. She betrayed us.
What did she do?
Gave information she shouldn't have to gain stead. To empower herself instead of the people.
I'm just a gnome from Thistledale. Why are we here? What's it? This sounds like politics.
Like there's just like a chesty laughter of like just continue like almost like croaking from this individual called C. And even like Red with his like rusted coloured like hair and like fuzz around his face, like chuckled as well. You are no longer just an individual. Thistledale.
Yeah, you're famous now.
Okay, but what's that got to do with this business?
Your friend here needs to leave. And from what I've heard, you are all leaving.
What do you mean I need to? I mean, I do need to do a small thing. Kind of got mess, but what do you mean I need to leave?
And there's a small like chuckle from next to a pillar, and like a shadow swings the short, wiry frame Marn.
You think you could just get away with it, huh? Leaking information? Telling?
The adults are talking, Marn. Go back. Whatever you were doing, wanking off something.
Yeah, to your mum.
What did he leak?
There's a reason why they're a lot moving out and setting up checks and spying on movement. They know of the scimitars moving out of town.
You mean that a global organization suspects that when they got their most valuable thing stolen, the thing is not staying in town? Wow, brilliant deduction, Marn. That's incredible work. Your value is skyrocketing.
Red is just gonna step forward. It's like, right, Marnie's a cunt, but you need to chill down here a bit. You broke the trust. Me specifically. I understand why you did it. I get it. Mayling's got her claws in deep. And you had a job to do. And you didn't give too much away, but you put the life of others in danger. So he looks around. We need to ask you, see and check in on those heading towards Stonehaven. Make sure they get there, or if they haven't, what's happened to them. You don't need to get directly involved, but observe and report if you can.
Sure, I can do that. I could do without the attack from little man over there. Yeah, sure. Problem.
He's going to take his own quick licks when he can. Pay no attention.
And why are we here?
Well, we wanted to offer you, well, our confidence and thanks for last night. And also, if you can report on anything that goes on, mail it, and if these individuals make it or not, we'll be there to support you if you in the future. We're not just in Sea Haven for the most part, but what we care most about is people. And unfortunately, with the information that your friend here has given out, has put danger upon Whistle and Mallet. And for you, Puck, you would know that Whistle is a fairly, sharp-eyed human male, and Mallet is a rather nimble gnome.
Can you
Stone gnome.
Could you write their name down? Whistle I got, but the other one.
Yep. And you know these are code names for them.
Yeah.
I think with the constant, blame game going on towards Puck, Sue will step forward. It seems like you want to blame him for the fact that, how would you say, operations are not secret. The truth is that Malin asked us to find out what he did as a trade for help with killing the shark. I found out myself, and I decided to tell her to get her help without revealing who. Puck did no part in this.
I understand. Old Red's just gonna move in. We get it. We're not here to prosecute you. I mean, Marn is, like I said, but each person in here can have their own representation. But as a whole, and what C has said, and what we need to care about is the lives of those involved in the situation at hand. Puck is not the only one who's going to or has left already. Others involved have already gone. So, it's best for his health for now to skedaddle and come back if he wishes. And we'll be there. For now, it's best for him to move on.
I was already
It's hot.
going to Brookside. No doesn't really change anything for me. Yeah. Take a leave of absence, I guess. Do you need, while I'm going, do you need me to play messenger with anyone you have in Brookside?
Well, it's probably a good meeting point for you to catch up with us. We'll send someone there over water when it's free, when it's open back up, and can meet up with them and drop that message off. But it'd also do us good if you can support and follow Sufi back.
Sure.
Which, of course, if you don't mind, Sufi, is a friend of ours.
There are worse people in the world to spend time with.
I'm not to assume that all of you are staying together, but seeing as you killed a giant fucking octopus shark thing, it may heed well to stick together to accomplish some goals. If not, then part ways as you wish. Be careful with Malin. She is a shark herself. She's not afraid to burn bridges with us, and she won't be afraid to burn bridges with you.
I'm not so easily burned.
Good to hear. Now, we can answer some questions here, but from what I know, you may need to get a move on. There is a chance that you may come across our individuals along the way. They're warned that it would be dangerous and fraught. They weren't expecting to face against individuals at the Traveler's Ring who might be aware of that on their way in so quickly.
So these are people, so kind of switched up. These are people that are traveling by foot. So they're traveling by foot to Brookside and they're getting stopped along.
They might be, yeah. So essentially, context-wise, just to sort of re-clarify things, is that there's mention of the FTC, or Malin specifically, has got multiple, like she's got feelers out and is like hunting down and is putting her spies in different locations. And the worry is that these two individuals who are undercover and like moving these objects are going to get caught and slain, like fucked up and probably tortured for information.
Okay. Thank you. That was not completely clear. Thank you for.
Nice. We have these Nira, if you will, and Nira, right, boss, got ya, and like runs to the back of the room she's in. And then runs and just dives through the fucking like hatch in front of her, and like rolls and like perfectly presents these two vials in her hand, red.
Not the vibe
and
I was
Phil.
expecting from her.
Cook these up a stone for you, and you'd know like she is. Her mood changes a lot, from time to time. She's bipolar, and she presents them forward. I say, "These are ones, right, boss?" Yeah, Nira. And she will pass them over to Puck. They're two pretty good healing potions. Should serve you well. And she
Thank you.
like runs backwards, like skittles backwards, and then as she reaches the bar, she just like climbs over it backwards, and then like appears over it and just leans on it, like. So these are, I don't know if you want them specifically or if you want to give them to someone else, but just for context, these are minor heal. Actually, no. One is a minor healing potion, and the other is. And these are like big things. Where is my potion? There we go.
Did you get them too?
This is just a bug, just because it was the
Yeah.
easiest one for me to do.
Knowing Figgle's obsessions with the healing potion and old guy in the apothecary might give them to him.
Hey, who has the flying flask again?
I do.
Figgle.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. No,
I
figure
like the
is,
thought.
You don't know what it is.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I like the thought that the guy that's constantly trying to rob money off of his party members is now about to give some health
When-
potions to someone.
Oh,
When have I robbed money off what?
No, he said earlier he was trying to
Oh.
fucking steal the money that we were like giving to
No,
people or
From the
something like that.
religion, yeah.
yeah, Puck does not really care about the position of the money itself. It's just he likes like the act of stealing.
Ah,
Yeah, it's more like
It gets a fix from it.
a
yeah.
kleptomaniac.
yeah, it's kind of a like, oh, I can do it, so I do it. Not I need the money.
To fuck the system.
Yeah,
More like
fuck
it's
that
fun.
religion.
To him, it's fun.
Yeah, so these are like pretty fucking expensive potions where you are given I say expensive potions in the context of the campaign where it's a
Yeah.
potion of healing normal but +1 and a +2. So the +1 means it's a 2d8 +4 and then a +2 is 2d8 +4
I'm gonna give the big one to Aster and smaller one to Biggle, just because Aster is in front of us when we fight. Oops, sorry.
Okay, so Figgle and Figgle and Asta, right?
Yeah, Aster has the big and the smaller one is Biggle, just because he's obsessed. Like in Puck's mind, he's obsessed with.
That's mostly because he has a potion.
That's
of
very
healing.
wrong, but fine.
Yeah, but I know, but from what I've seen of him, it's like I'm gonna go to the apothecary and ask for healing potions, and I'm like, okay, well then
No.
there you go.
You do also have the intercontinental ballistic.
Yeah,
potion
no, I
system.
do, but obviously he doesn't know that. But
No,
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah.
it's a good choice.
Didn't that come up when we
From,
were talking about the ship? I swear.
Yeah, I
No,
think
so
it
it's-
You've
no,
said about it.
I've not in
You
game,
mentioned it.
but Sufi was really
Okay,
far away,
okay.
and we were like, "Oh, what are we gonna do?" And I was like, "Well, I can always just send a potion to him."
And I know
Sure.
about
And
it
then you were
because
like,
I played
"What?
a different
How can you
character.
do
It is what
that?"
it is.
Yeah.
Alright. +1 is being given to Figglebottom, and then let me just edit this to be correct. I shouldn't be doing this in the game, but who cares? +12. So that's essentially 12 guaranteed hit points plus 2d8, which is for the +2 potion of healing.
It's 14 guaranteed hit points because the worst thing you can roll is a 1.
It's now a -1 potion.
That's on
Right.
me.
Rename these in a better way because it's confusing. Right, there you go, Asta. You should have that in your inventory. Go across. There you go. Right. Cool. All right. Red will walk across to you, Puckers, after you finish handing these across, and be like, "Are you okay, mate?"
I mean, could have done with chastising what is. Otherwise, I guess I'm fine. Those pretty cool. Should be okay. Is there anything else I should know about what's going on? Like, is Marn just running his mouth, or
He's running his mouth a bit. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Should worry about his mailing, to be honest.
so? Before we take off, I really wanted your opinion on this, and I'm gonna take out like the Feng Crew little carved brass tag, and I'm gonna ask Red, like, Do you know if I can use this to any effect that would be beneficial on thing? Like, use this to pass as an FTC member, or do I just give this to you all so you can use it?
Oh, it's probably better in your hands. We could make use of it, but as long as you don't get caught with it, I guess. You may need a way of. Like, I don't know if you got a disguise kit. You were always pretty useless at that. If you could look like someone else and you had a physical item to try and sell it off, might help further, but may come in handy, I guess. It depends on how deep you want to get into it. If I were you,
I don't. It's just something I swapped in on the body of human. Just wondered if we use it, but I'll keep it and see if I can make anything of it if we come across any mailing guys. Well, I guess I'll see you when I see you again. Guess this. Have a goodbye for a while, Fred.
indeed. Look, be careful out there. I don't know where she ended up. You should probably be a bit careful, my friend.
You mean really? There's a chance?
I don't know. Change the name.
Guess I'll let you know if I run across her.
Is it
There's like
a private conversation?
Yeah, kinda.
So I wouldn't have heard it.
I mean, I'll let Tom tell you, but in my head, that was sidebar.
It's
You're
definitely
the
more
one
of like
having
a
the conversation.
sidebar
Yeah.
conversation than out in the public. Like, this is whilst other people are distracted and maybe looking at the potions or discussing or like nearer or whatever else. This is like a private sidebar.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been actively spying, so I was
yeah.
just curious if like they were just stood next to me or something.
And like, Red takes you into his arms, like, look, mate, you're special. No, I don't say it, but you are like a son. Look after yourself. Be careful and show off that weird shit you do. Some people may not react so well to it.
When he's hugging me, can I till his purse? Just, it's almost affectuous, you know, but just so I can, because I can.
Yeah, go for it. Try and make a roll for it.
Sleight of hand?
Yeah, Slime Man.
God damn it.
There is
I've run
a
nothing.
firm hand on like your wrist as you go to like smooth in. And he just moves it up and like smiles at you. It's like always the same.
See you next time, I guess. Take care.
His face like goes a bit sterner and he holds you in place. Like doesn't let you like back off. It's like, no, you be careful. You do that too. One of these other fellas, individuals may not react so kindly to it.
Oh,
They're
keep
not
it
of the
in
same
mind.
ilk. Don't. Still, friend.
I'll try to remember.
He's going to take off one of his rings. It's just a very basic, like ring. It's gonna like it's just a plain gold ring, but still like worth like 10 gold. And it's just going to like hand it across to you. And it's got like a small inscription in it, but you can't understand it. Wait, actually, what languages do you speak?
I speak Elvish and Orcish.
Look after yourself.
You know it's not fun when you give them. But thank you.
Well, gotta give you a chance. He smirks, and he turns and walks over towards C. I know we're going to be heading over time. I'd really like to be able to get to a point where we're then in session to get into the next one. So if everyone's okay with it, it might be like 5-10 minutes. Is everyone good with that?
Sure.
It's not going to drag on. But has anyone else got anything within the SSR's basement, as it were, that you want to discuss or have a question of?
We'll
you're
RP
nodding.
it out.
Okay. You can go about your things for the rest of the day if you so wish. You can relax, you can chill. But are you going to make your way to the FTC docks, private docks, and pick up your mules and your carts?
At some point, I would look for a shop that would sell any sort of diamonds. I can't remember. Did we do this before?
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't. Okay. So, and any sort of diamonds, like cheap ones, if there aren't any. Like,
Okay.
major ones.
You're going to need it to roll a. This would be a. You're gonna have to scavenge around. So if you could make a. My brain is forgetting all the different skills in this. I do have this written down somewhere, but I'm not going to go hunt for it because that would take too long. Give me a sec. Just to look at sheet here. I'll give you a choice. Like when you're hunting around, what skill would you use to try and find this? Because there's no shops that are just like, hey, we're a gem store. You're gonna have to be like hunting
Yeah.
around for these gems. You're gonna have to be like, hey, I know you'd love this ring that would belong to your grandma, but I could really do with the diamond.
I feel like it'd have to be investigation. So I'm not very charismatic.
Okay. Does anyone else want to hunt him on this mission?
And I'm
sure
on the
would.
lookout for tinkering tools and something to make powdered rock with. So maybe we're going to shops together.
Cool. Then roll with advantage, Asta. Okay. And then if you could roll a 1d20. Okay. You have the opportunity to buy diamonds worth 50 gold pieces each to you, but there's an upsurge charge, 75 each, and there are 6 of them. You'll manage to scavenge throughout the few hours in which you search. How many of them do you want to buy? They cost you 75, but they're actually valued at 50.
Okay.
So in total, it costs you 450 gold for all 6,
Yeah.
but it'd be 300 gold's worth.
Yeah, I'm trying to do maths, which is not very possible right now. I think I already have 125 gold's worth, so I think I need 4 to get over 300.
No, you need
Uh,
6. Get to 300.
No, I already have 125
Oh,
gold's
sorry.
worth of diamonds.
Sorry.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
It's
need 4, yeah.
175.
I need 4.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
4.
And that'd be
How much do I need to pay then?
325.
Yeah.
So
75
4,
each, so 300.
300.
Yeah.
Do you mention to the rest of the group as to why you're buying them?
Probably, yeah. I like just that. This is for like the worst scenario, so it'd be nice if you could chip in, but I understand if you don't want to.
I'll throw in 50.
Yeah, if you explain what they are for, I'll.
Plus
Also-
125. You need 175 more.
It's
Oh,
40.
135 more.
135 more. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'll cover that, I guess. 135.
It's actually
Took
helping
50.
me because
Fiddle doesn't
Afraid
want to
of-
get involved. Rich motherfucker.
Of course he doesn't.
I'm just afraid of being over the weight limit. Giving away some gold is actually something that.
Okay. So you managed to find and purchase 4 diamonds, and this has literally been like, hey, I know this person was important to you, and this ring was something that they got, like, has been passed through family after family, but we are the heroes of Sea Haven. Like, give it to us, you bitch.
Well,
So
they
that's
see
where
Haven
the
as a jeweler's.
Yeah,
yeah,
no.
there's like an upsurge. There is mention of like, hey, Stonehaven probably has a higher chance of you being able to actually buy more. But like they usually get filtered down and sent over towards Riverhaven for the most part.
Mhm.
We're getting
For
gouged.
any other items in regards, we'll come back to that during off screen. And we'll skip on over unless there's something. No, we're going to skip on over to you guys heading over towards the FTC docks, and you are greeted by the guards, in which they let you in, and Maylin is there. Say, oh, it's good to see you all. I heard some stories about all of you having a fun time. Hopefully, that continues. Sora's really been hard at work. She had her celebratory meal, as it were, with me. As promised, we'll deliver you. Well, you've got your cart and the 2 mules, as long as you deliver as promised. And for anyone who cares, let me turn this on. There is now 2 active quests, because you'd all accepted the A Mountain Being Alive quest, right?
Yes.
I think so.
So now there are 2 active quests, with this one being called FTC the Ring, which I think just popped up.
Oh.
That's
So
Oh. Hello.
I may need to double check on some of those details, but it should be about right for it all. It's I went a little bit overboard in some of the details, but enjoy or not, up to you. But there are degrees in failure and success on this front, but overall there's like a standard 500 gold bonus for delivering the goods on top of you getting what you're owed, but there is also likely more. And
On the map, this place that we need to deliver to, is it where the road to Emberstead?
let me
Like
no,
that
so let me
T-junction,
show
or is
you
it the
that.
river?
So you would actually know of this as well, actually, thinking about it. So let me... how do I do this again? Oh, can I just do this?
There's good old Thistledale. Oh, yeah.
You see?
Understood. Yeah, so it is at the T-junction.
Yes. So this is the
Which is on the
Traveler's
way
Ring.
anyway.
And she, draws out like a very loose map towards that. She's like, this is the Sunder Mist route, I'm sure you know. Stay along it, be careful. Paper if you need to do some sketching. And she'll hand one of you, let's say, 10 gold's worth of fine parchment. And there's the other quest that we won't delve into, but there is also this, and you can get to these in the journals tab at the very bottom. It says quest log. You can click on that and find any active quests in progress. This
So
is
the plan is to Traveler's Ring, deliver item, continue along the road to Brookside,
and
kill a living mountain.
we
Yes.
have to there is no bridge. We have to go through Stonehaven.
There's a bridge here, right?
Like, is there a bridge, or can we?
there is a bridge.
Oh, there is a bridge. Fuck.
There's a bridge here.
So I need a way, because Mallet and Whistle are on the road to Stonehaven, but I don't know where exactly.
You've been asked like check on the way there.
Yeah. Okay.
And they like ideally want you to find more, and this would essentially help gain you reputation within this faction.
Okay.
And what that exactly means to you is up to you to try and decide. It could mean things later on in the campaign. It could mean nothing. It's like how you guys are now local heroes with this area, which will pass through a little bit across the way. Yeah. You also get given this cart. But we'll get into that in a second. How do I? Oh, yeah. You like Malin's like, as agreed. Give you majority of what you are owed. She does air quotations. As agreed with Sora. And you will make your way. Wait, hang on, this is not the right fucking. Very confusing. Here's 4,000 gold pieces.
I think we already added that to our.
No. No,
Because
we got a smaller amount.
We got it when we did the first thing.
Because
We got money.
I have 10 platinum pieces. Just checking.
I only
like
have
10
a lot.
platinum's
gold.
100
That's
gold, isn't it?
100 gold.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
100
it's
gold.
100 gold.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, platinum is not confused. Sorry.
Okay. And
And
Theo had to carve that as well, so divided by
no,
6.
so
right?
he was.
He already got 1,000, right?
Yeah, he already
Oh.
got sorted out. The 6,000 in total will just be yours as a party's.
So it's
I've,
4,000 between 5 people.
Plus, she's like, and when you get to Brookside, as long as the job's done and book's signed off and you've delivered the extra the 2,000 as well will be handed off. Simple.
Just 4,000
Deliver
now.
the goods. 4,000 now, extra 2,000 in Brookside, and
So 40 platinum, right? No, 400
Uh,
platinum, so 80 each.
most of this is in silver and gold. It is in like on the cart.
Think of
and
the
she's-
encumbrance, Tom.
Oh yeah, I did,
Encumbrance.
motherfuckers.
I've currently got a carry weight of 750, so I'm good.
You're just like carrying around this chest, like what's in your chest? Like gold, and then boom, lob it at an enemy.
Those casks of beer, and I'll just full of coin.
Yeah.
We're
But
gonna
there
need...
is a chest of gold and silver. There is some platinum. Say there's 1,000 gold's worth of platinum, so 100 platinum. I'll break it down later on, but there's a mixture of denominations, and we can do this off camera. Let's just get to the point in which we can move on from this. So, Sora is there, and it's like, hello. It is nice to see you. I heard you had a nice party. I wish I could have been there, but I had nice time here as well. Maylin. And Maylin nods, and she gets busy talking to someone else, and me also do this. And Sora like nods towards the cart with like to all of you. It's like, yeah, let me show you the cart. I packed it myself. She's going to take you over, and just like, use Gary's barrel of meadow spy honey. Don't tell me why it came through us first. Fenric stuff, Dodo's stuff, your stuff. And she points to and taps very quickly a barrel that is marked A. This. And these are the 2 mules. Name them, don't name them. It's up to you. And I hope your journey is safe that we meet again. Apart from you, Figgle. I know you said you never wanted. Here I am. And she's still in her scaled wear form, as it were. It has been pleasure. Esther. We have said
I'll pass a tree.
may he be with you.
Thank you.
And Maylin just walks over, is like, so hopefully she's giving you the tour. Make sure these don't get spoiled or disturbed in some of this horrible weather. She looks up to the sky in heaven. The cart has got a roof on it, but if it gets destroyed or damaged, you'll need to repair it. If you go off-road, then you might face some troubles. But, I imagine it shouldn't take too long to get.
Why?
I don't know. You guys, a bit crazy.
Would I know anything? Like, because it sounds so strange that a global company doesn't have a regular wagon going to this hub of commerce. Is there any reason why she would contract out? Like, have I heard anything about anything happening on this road? Maybe Puck is too dumb to think of that. I don't know.
I mean, from time to time, there has been bandits. But there's also, they, it might be that there's like something particular in this shipment.
Okay.
But that'll be for you to try and work out next session. I will say that added into, and I didn't name this correctly. One sec. Useless. Fucking useless. Got to name the item. Okay, it has got that item in the east. Whisper shield token. And just for flavor and to give you guys at least a visual on this. Oh yeah, I hadn't actually. Why is this not renaming? Fuck it. Alright, well. Will it rename here? Yes, okay. Within the barrel, like, we'll skip slightly ahead, but we'll come back to this. In the cart, that is marked A for Asta. And you can now find the mules and the cart you now own as a group in players under pets/other travel. Just make sure these are here. And there is the full inventory of the carts, including a barrel full of trinkets and items that were found aboard the ship, including something called a Pickering memory core, an item called an ink beetle compass, an item called the Whisper Shield token, a item called the Reforged Master's Machinist's Tool Grip, 2 books, a pair of books called Rune-Scribed Scrap books, and also a mechanical spider, which is not something any of you would have ever seen. Same to like the glove, these are 2 completely alien, and like the Flickering memory core. This is a Tinker Spider number 11. 21's completely different. How these items get split up will be completely up to you guys. One of them, that there is 6 items in total. There's 5 of you. One of them may well just be a group item. Or more than one. It is all up to you. On that front, you can switch things in around. I encourage discussion around it and future. As in how you go about that is honestly your problem, not mine. You can store items on the party token as well.
Would you be so kind as to copy paste the?
Yes, I can do. And I'll put it into chats in a bit. But yes, otherwise, there's all the cargo on board for the medium trade cart, FTC, and it has all the logos of the FTC on it, by the way. On like I say everywhere, it's on the like fabric of this cart. But yes, we will come back to get into more details on this front. I've already overrun by 20 minutes, so we're going to wrap things up. But some things to think about and items to look at and how you want to split it up. Next session, we do have a surprise, but we are going to now wrap shit up. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been great. I mean, it's been a couple of months since we've had our last session to get into this, and hopefully we're going a lot more steady going forward. There will be some interruptions as I move about in towards mid-August, late August, I'm not sure when. And then it will settle down. We can continue on, and maybe we can do some others. And I plan on doing some one-shots around this, similar to how we've done before, which will be involved in this world. They could be in this discordant abyss. They could just be down the road. It could be whatever on this front. But nonetheless, thank you very much for watching. We are going to end it here. Thank you very much. Yeah, again, see you next time in 2 weeks on the 21st of June.
Bye.
Bye.